Hi, Investigator Dancer. I see that you have joined. I'm going to elevate your rights really quick before the board joins for you to test your equipment.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I can see me. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Okay, you can mute yourself, and I'm going to take you back to an attendee until your case is called, okay?
Yes, okay.
Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party and to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is a fact-finding hearing for Pizzeria Lounge license number 117490. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. or Ms. Adonich, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Dantzler, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Adesta, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm sorry. Is Miss Mekadesh Yakalash Yahu Lashte? Is she on the line?
Yes. Yes.
All right, okay. Ms. Desta, can you please turn your camera on, please? Ms. Desta.
How do I do that? Do you do it from there? I don't see the camera in here.
Do you have a camera on your phone,
Yes,
ma'am, to
yes,
turn
I
the
do.
camera on?
Yeah. No, it's okay.
I can see you, Ms. Desta.
Yes.
All right. Hold on. Can you raise your right hand, please, Ms. Desta? Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully and accurately interpret the proceedings in this matter from English to Amharic and from Amharic into English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Elizabeth Desta, Elizabeth. Last name is Desta. I'm an Amharic interpreter from
Good morning.
Amsterdam.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. All right. I'm asking that everyone introduce themselves for the record. And ma'am, what I would like you to do, I'm going to stop, so I need you to translate everything that's been stated for Miss. She'll pronounce it for me, but all right. All right. Yohalashet. Okay, thanks. All right, so can you ask her to say and spell her name for the record, please?
Okay, አሁን ስለሚቀረጽ ስምሽን ተናገሪ፣ ስፔል አድርጊው።
መቅደስ የኋላሸት MEK.
No, that's not, no, she's not. I need the owner of the establishment to spell and state her name for the record, please.
ባለቤቷ የእንትኑ ባለቤት የሆነችው ስሟን ተናግራ ስፔል እንድታረግ ነው የምፈልገው።
እኔ ነኝ ባለቤቷ፣ እኔ ነኝ መቅደስ የኋላሸት MEKEDES መቅደስ YEHULASHET.
Okay, I am the owner and she spelled the name.
And what is her name?
መቅደስ የኋላሸት.
All right, thank you. Good morning, ma'am. And who is with her this morning? Can that person also introduce themselves for the record and spell and state their name?
እና አብሮሽ ያለው ሰው ዛሬ ማን ነው? ስለሚቀረጽ ለመዝገብ ስለሚቀረጽ ስምሽን ተናገሪና ስፔል አንገሪን ስፔል አድርጊልን።
Okay. I am with Maqdes, the owner of Kazira Lounge. I am her agent. I am the one to submit all the paperwork to Abra. My name is Adanech Gebrameskel, ADANECHGEBEREMESKEL.
Good morning. All right, Ms. Dantzler, can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
ሌላም ሰው አለ።
There's another person.
Who is the other person?
Miss Brown.
Miss Brown.
Mr. Brown, how you doing, sir?
Who is that? Who is he?
ማነሱ?
ሚስተር ብራውን ባለፈው ኦነሩ ማን ነው ብለው በዛን ሰዓት የነበረው ኦነር ብለው ነበር ባለፈው እንትናችን።
Okay, the last time we met, they asked me the person who was owning it previously, and he's the owner of the previous one.
So what's his name? Have him spell his name, please.
Kyle Brown, KYLE. Last name Brown, BROWN.
I'm sorry, who are you, sir?
Hey, I got an email saying that I stated I needed to be here, sir. I was here, I guess, in the night of question where everything happened.
So you are the original owner of the restaurant, of the establishment?
No, I'm not. I'm not the original. I was here the night Abra came in and they asked who was in charge. I was in charge that night, not the owner.
All right, so do you have an ABC manager's license, sir?
No, sir.
So you don't have an ABC manager's license, but you were there and you were in charge that night when this incident occurred.
Yeah, it was no liquor here, sir.
Well, I'm gonna have some questions. The purpose of this hearing is not necessarily to address the incident, okay?
Okay.
The purpose of this hearing, it's because based on the incident, the agency became aware that there was a change in ownership. And so we're just trying to find out what is going on with the ownership. Now, ma'am, can you please explain this for the owner, please?
እና የዛሬ ስብሰባው ምንድን ነው የመጣንበት ስለተከሰተው ነገር ሳይሆን በዛን ቀን በተከሰተው ነገር የባለቤትነት ለውጥ ነበረ። ስለሱ ለመጠየቅ ነው።
እሺ
ኦኬ
Does she understand?
ገብቶሻል?
አዎ ገብቶኛል።
Yes, I understand.
All right. All right. So, Miss Dancer, good morning. What I'm going to do, I'm going to call you, then I need you to go through your report again, but I need you to go through your report slowly so Miss Dester can translate for the owner. Are you aware, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Felicia Dantzler. I'm the ABRA investigator who authored the report. My name is spelled F like Frank, ELICIA, last name D like David, ANT like time, Z like zebra, LER. On March.
I'm Miss Dester. What is about to happen, please, ma'am?
እና አሁን የነበረችው ባለፈው ጊዜ ስለ አብራ ኢንቨስቲጌት መርማሪ ነበርኩኝና ስሜ ፈሊሻ ዳንስተር ይባላል። Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Dantzler.
On Sunday, March 21st, 2021, my supervisor, Mark Rashears, telephoned me at approximately 12:51 a.m. to say that he believed CoCab restaurant was operating after hours.
እሁድ ማርች 21 ቀን ሱፐርቫይዘሬ ሬይ ፐርሰን ደወለልኝ እና በግምት በ12:51 በፈረንጆች አቆጣጠር እና ከአፍተር አወርስ ከሰዓት ውጭ ስራ እየሰሩ ነው ብሎ ነገረኝ።
ኖ እኔ ምንም ስራ አልተሰራም።
I'm sorry, can you tell her please, she's not supposed to speak. She's just listening. When Miss Dantzler is done, she can tell us her side of the story.
አሁን አንቺ መናገር አትችም። ዝም ብለሽ ጠብቂ። ሚስ ዳንስለር ምርመራ የምትናገረውን ስጨርሽ የዛን ጊዜ ጥያቄው መጠየቅ ትችላለሽ።
እሺ
ኦኬ yes.
At approximately 12:52, I received Mr. Brashear's call, and I arrived at CoCab at approximately 1 a.m.
በ12:52 ስልክ ተደወለልኝ ከሚስተር በስለር እና ኮኬር የሚባለው ቦታ ለመሄድ በግምት በፈረንጆች 1 o'clock 1 ሰዓት ላይ እዛ ደረስኩኝ።
While outside, I observed a mixed group of males and females enter the front entrance of CoCab Ethiopian restaurant.
እና ውጭ ያየሁት ብዙ ሰዎች ወንዶች እና ሴቶች ሰዎች ወደ ኮከብ ሬስቶራንት ሲገቡ አየኋቸው። Okay.
I contacted the Metropolitan Police Department via cell phone and requested them to assist us with entry.
እና ለሜትሮፖሊታን ፖሊስ ስልክ ደወልኩና ለመግባት እንድንችል እርዳታ ስጡን ብዬ ተናገርኩኝ።
At approximately 1:03 a.m., the police officers arrived and we gathered at the front entrance of the establishment.
እና በአንድ ከዘሬ 3 ፖሊሶቹ ደረሱና እዛ አካባቢው ንግዱ የሚካሄድበት ቦታ ቤት ቆመን
The sidewalk, I can hear talking and music from within the establishment.
እና የቆምነው የእግረኛ መሄጃው ጋር ነበር። እዛ ድምፅ የሙዚቃ ድምፅና ንግግር ሲነጋገሩ ይሰማ ነበር።
I attempted to gain entry, however, the front door was locked.
ለመግባት መኮርኩኝ፣ ሆኖም ግን የበር ፊቱ ተዘግቶ ነበረ።
I decided to have Mr. Brashears and officers stay at the front of the establishment while I and another police officer went to the rear to try and gain entry.
እና አቶ በሽር እና ሌላውን መኮንን ከፊት ቆሟላቸው እና እኔና አንደኛው ፖሊስ ኦፊሰር በኋላ መኮንን በኋላው በር ሄድን።
After a few moments at the rear of the establishment, the rear door opened and the patrons from within made eye contact with the officer and myself.
I'm sorry, can you repeat who was there, the person?
Yes, patrons from within
Okay.
the establishment opened the rear door.
እና እዛ የነበሩት የኋላው በር ተከፈተልን ከጥቂት ጊዜ በኋላ እና ከዛ አይን ለአይን ታየን።
They made eye contact with the officer and myself, then quickly closed the door.
ወዲያው አይን ለአይን ከተያየን በኋላ ከመኮንኑ ከኔ ጋራ ቶሎ ብሎ በሩን ዘጉት።
I attempted to grab the door before it closed. However, the rear door had no exterior handle.
እና እኔ ደግሞ ሙከራ አደረኩኝ በሩን ለመክፈት። ሆኖም ግን የኋላ መግቢያው እንደዚህ የበር እጅ የለውም።
The police officer and myself waited in the alley in the hopes of the door reopening.
የፖሊሱ መኮንንና እኔ ራሴ እዛ ጉራንጉር መንገድ ጋር ጠባቧ መንገድ ጋር ምናልባት ይከፈት ይሆናል ብለን ተስፋ በማድረግ እዛ ጠበቅን።
After a long wait, we were soon joined in the rear of the establishment by additional police officers and Mr. Brashears.
እና ከብዙ ከቆየም በኋላ ከዛ በኋላ የፖሊስ ተጨማሪ የፖሊስ እንትና መኮንኖች እና ሚስተር በሽር መጡ፣ ተገናኘን፣ እዛ መጡ።
Mr. Brashears and I decided to contact ABRA investigator Donnell Butler.
አቶ በሽር እና እኔ የአብራ መርማሪ የሆነውን what's the name? Sorry, this is the interpreter. ዳንኤል የሚባለውን ሰውዬ ዳንኤል ባትለርን አገኘ ነው።
Who was at the office.
እና ቢሮ ነበር እሱ።
Mr. Brashears instructed Mr. Butler to obtain COCAB's records to get a contact phone number for the owner.
እና ሚስተር በሽር ሚስተር ባትለር የምናገረው የኮከብን የስልክ ቁጥርና ለማግኘት ሞከረ፣ እንድንጠይቅ አደረገ።
Mr. Butler provided Mr. Brashears with a contact number for the owner on record, who is Taklib Habtu.
እና ሚስተር ባትለር ለሚስተር በሽር የሰጠው ኮንታክት ኢንፎርሜሽን ምንድነው? ታከለ በትሩ የሚባል ነው ባለቤቱ የሚል ነው የሰጠው።
Mr. Brashears telephoned Mr. Habtu, however, he did not answer the phone.
አቶ ብርሽር አቶ ሀብቱ ጋር ደወሉ። ሆኖም ግን አቶ ሀብቱ ስልኩን አላነሳም።
I then called Mr. Haptu, and he answered the phone.
ከዛ በኋላ እኔ ደግሞ ለአቶ ሀብቱ ደወልኩና እሱ ደግሞ ስልኩን አልመለሰ።
I explained to Mr. Haptu as to the reason for the call. And
ለአቶ ሀብቱ ለምን እንደደወልኩኝ ምክንያቱን ነገርኩት።
Asked of him to open the door of the establishment.
እና የዛ የንግዱ ያለበትን ቦታ በሩን እንዲከፍትልኝ ጠየቅኩት።
Mr. Haptu stated that he was at the establishment earlier in the evening. However, he was no longer there.
እና የዛኑ ምሽት ቀደም ብሎ ሳይረፍት እዛ ነበርኩኝ፣ ከዛ በኋላ ግን አልነበርኩኝም አለ።
Mr. Haptu further stated that he was no longer the owner of the establishment.
እና አቶ ሀብቱም በተጨማሪ ያስረዳው የዛ ንግድ ባለቤት አይደለሁም አለ።
Mr. Haptu stated approximately 4 months prior, Negdebis Yomatbet was the new owner.
Sorry, I didn't get the name. Can you repeat?
Sorry, my pronunciation is not that great. Negdes Yomatbet.
ኦኬ አቶ ሎንገር አቶ ሀብቱ ምን አለ? እኔ ከአራት ወር በፊት 4 months prior.
Yes, ma'am.
ያ ከአራት ወር በፊት እኔ የኔ ንግድ አይደለም ብሎ አለን።
I asked of Mr. Haptu to telephone Ms. Yometbet and asked him to ask her to open the door.
እና ከዛ በኋላ እኔ አይደለሁም ባለቤቱ መቅደስ ዋላሻት ናት ብሎኛል። ከዛ በኋላ እሱን ደውለህ በሩን እንድትከፍትልን ንገራት ብዬ አልኩት አቶ በሽር።
Mr. Haptu stated he will call me back, and when he did, he stated that Ms. Yometbet did not answer the phone.
እና እኔ ደውልላታለሁ ብሎ ነበር አቶ ሀብቱ። በኋላ መልሶ ደወለልኝና ወይዘሮ የኋላሸት ነው ስልኩን አላነሳችም አለኝ።
I asked Mr. Haptu to provide me with the contact phone number of Ms. Yometbet, and so I attempted to call her, but she did not answer the phone.
እና አቶ ሀብቱን ጠየቅኩት የመቅደስን እንዴት እንደማገኛት ስልክ ቁጥሩን ብዬ ጠየቅኩትና ስልኩን ሰጠኝ፣ ግን መልሱን ስደውል አላነሳችም።
Because we were unable to make way with that attempt, I decided to call the fire marshal for assistance.
እና ያንን ነገር ለማድረግ ስላልቻልኩኝ ምን አደረኩኝ? የእሳት አደጋዎችን ደውዬ እንዲከፍቱልን ለማድረግ ጠራኋቸው።
The fire marshal advised that because the establishment refused to open the door for the police officers, he did not feel that they would open the door for the fire marshal either.
ለእነሱ አልከፍትም ስላለው እና ለፖሊስ ኦፊሰሩም ስላልተከፈተ ይህን ነገር እንደማይከፍቱት አወቀ።
After moments later, Mr. Brashears, myself, and the officers decided to disengage because we were unable to gain entry.
እና ከጥቂት ጊዜ በኋላ ሚስተር በሽር እኔና ለፖሊሶቹ ውሳኔ ሰጠን፣ ምንም አይነት መግባት እንደማንችል አወቅን።
Mr. Brashears and officers made their way to the front of the building.
አቶ በሽር እና መኮንኖቹ በፊት ለፊቱ በር ሄዱ።
And the other officers and myself took a slow walk towards the front of the building.
ሌሎቹ መኮንኖች እና እኔ ደግሞ ቀስ እያል ወደ ፊት ለፊቱ በር ሄድን።
I heard a noise behind me, and at that point, the rear door opened.
ከኋላዬ ድምፅ ሰማሁኝ። በዛ ሰዓት የኋላ በሩ ተከፈተ።
Officers and myself reversed our walk and headed back towards the door.
እና መኮንኖች እና እኔ ወደ ኋላ ተመለስንና ወደ በሩ መሄድ ጀመርን።
As I approached, I watched as over 20 patrons exited the rear door.
እና ከዛ በኋላ ወደዛ ሲሄድ አንድ 20 ሰው የሚሆን ከዛ ሲወጣ አየሁኝ።
I made my way inside the establishment that took me through the kitchen. And the police officers followed me.
እና ከዛ እኔ ደግሞ ቀጥ ብዬ ወደ ኩሽናው ገባሁኝ። የፖሊሶቹ መኮንኖችም ተከተሉኝ።
Once inside, I can smell marijuana. Music was playing, and patrons were inside, approximately 10 to 15 patrons.
አንድ ጊዜ እዛ ከገባ በኋላ ማርዋና ይሸተኝ ነበር፣ ሙዚቃ ይጮህ ነበረ እና አንድ 10 ሰው የሚሆኑ ሰዎች ነበሩ እዛ።
Patrons were not social distancing.
እና እነዛ ውስጥ የነበሩ ሰዎች ርቀታቸውን አልጠበቁም።
There was a bartender to the right of where I was standing.
እኔ የምቆምበት በኩል በቆምኩበት በቀኝ በኩል ባርቴንደር ነበረ።
I identified myself as an ABRA investigator.
ራሴንም ማስተዋወቅኩኝ የአብራ መርማሪ ነኝ ብዬ።
And requested to speak with the ABC manager or owner.
እና ከዛ የኤቢሲ ማናጀር ወይም ባለቤት ካለ ማናገር እፈልጋለሁ ብዬ ጠየቅኩኝ።
No one stepped forward immediately to identify themselves as the ABC manager or owner.
ማንም ሰው ወደፊት አልመጣ። እኔ ነኝ ብሎ ባለቤት ወይም ማናጀር ነኝ የኤቢሲ ብሎ የመጣ ሰው የለም።
An MPD officer went to the lower level and discovered an additional 5 patrons there.
እና ከዛ ደግሞ የኤምፒዲ ፖሊሱ ወደ ታችኛው ሲወርድ እንደገና ሌላ 5 ሰዎች አገኘ።
Soon thereafter, the police officers advised everyone to leave.
ወዲያውኑ የፖሊሶች መኮንኖቹ ውጡ ብለው አሏቸው፣ እንዲለቁ ጠየቁ።
At some point, I opened the front door to allow Mr. Brashears and the additional officers entry.
በኋላ እኔ የሚስተር ብሽር እና ሌሎች የፖሊሶቹን በፊቱ በር ከፈትኩላቸው ይገቡ።
During the investigation, Mr. Kyle Brown identified himself as the person in charge.
እና አቶ ካይል ብራውን የሚባለው ደግሞ እኔ ነኝ ኃላፊው ብሎ ራሱን አስተዋወቀ።
I asked Mr. Brown if Miss Yometbet was present. However, he did not know her by that name. He knew her as Kim.
እና ሚስተር ብራውን መቅደስ እዛ ነበረች ብዬ ስለው በዛ ስም አያውቃትም፣ በኪም በሚባለው ስም ነው የሚያውቃት።
Adding that Kim was related to Mr. Habtu, however, he didn't know in what aspect.
እና ኪም ከአቶ ሀብቱ ጋር ግን ዝምድና ያላት ናትና ለምን እንደጠየቅኩት ጠየቀኝ።
Mr. Brown identified himself as the person in charge of the security, and he also shared with me that he was interested in purchasing the business.
እና ሚስተር ብራውን ምን አለ እንደ ሴኩሪቲ ነኝ ብሎ ነበር። በዛም ደግሞ የነገረኝ ይሄንን ቢዝነስ ለመግዛት ፍላጎት ነበረው።
I was able to provide Mr. Brown with some limited information because that was not my focus for that visit.
እና ለሚስተር ብራውን ደግሞ የነገርኩት በጣም የተወሰኑ መረጃዎች ነው የሰጠሁት፣ ምክንያቱም እዛ የሆንኩበት ምክንያት ለዛ አይደለም።
The further investigation of Mr. Brashears and myself showed that the establishment was serving alcoholic beverages.
እና በጣም በኋላ ደግሞ ወደ ውስጥ ስንመረምር አቶ በሽር እና እኔ የአልኮልና መጠጥ ይሸጡ ነበር።
These determinations were made because there were cups that had an odor of alcohol, as well as there was a soda bar set up for mixed drinks.
እና በዚህ ውሳኔ ላይ የደረስነው የሆኑ ብርጭቆች ነገር ነበሩ። እዛ ውስጥ ደግሞ ሽታ ያለው የአልኮል ሽታ ይሸጥ ነበረ። ሌላም ደግሞ የሶዳ እንትኖች የተደባለቁ ነገሮች ነበሩ።
Once MPD and myself was able to complete our investigation, Mr. Brown asked if he and the others could stay behind to clean up the establishment and lock up.
እና አንድ ጊዜ ያንን ካደረግን በኋላ አቶ ብራውን ያንን ምርመራ እኔና የኤምፒዲው ምርመራ ካደረግን በኋላ አቶ ብራውን ምን ብለው ጠየቁ? ትንሽ ወደኋላ ቆይተን ብናጸዳውስ ብሎ ጠየቀን።
We left the location with no additional incidents, and that concludes my statement.
እና ይሄ ምንም አይነት የሆነ የተከሰተ ነገር የለም። ይሄ ነው የነበረው ሁኔታና የኔ ደግሞ ምርመራ እዚህ ላይ ያቆማል።
All right, thank you, Ms. Densler.
እናመሰግናለን Ms. Densler.
Ms. Densler, how long have you been working as an investigator for ABRA?
ለአብራ ምን ያህል ጊዜ ስትጠይቅ መርማሪ ሆነሽ ቆይተሻል? ስትሰሪ ቆይተሻል?
Approximately 14 years.
Thank you. Now,
በግምት 14 ዓመት።
in your experience as an investigator, what is it that you believe that you observed that night?
እና በዚህ ባለሽ ልምድ እንደ መርማሪ የዛን ዕለት የነበረውን ነገር የተገነዘብሽው ያየሽው ምን ነበረ?
I believe the establishment was in violation of the mayor's order for indoor operations.
እና ይሄ ደግሞ የንግድ ቤቱ ሕግ ጥሷል። ምክንያቱም የተሰጠ በከንቲባ የተሰጠ ትዕዛዝ ነበረ ሰው እንዳይሰበሰብ።
Mayor's order called for all interior operations to conclude at 12 a.m.
እና ይቅርታ የሜየሯ ትዕዛዝ የከንቲባዋ ትዕዛዝ ቅድም የተናገርኩትን ለማረም በ12 ሰዓት መዘጋት አለበት የሚል ነው።
Mayor's order required mask wearing.
የከንቲባዋ ትዕዛዝ ሌላ የሚጠይቀው ጭንብል እንዲደረግ
and social distancing.
እንዲሁም በተጨማሪ ቅድም እንደተናገርኩት የርቀትን የጠበቀ
and no alcohol consumption after 10 p.m.
እና ሌላ በተጨማሪ ከ10 ሰዓት በኋላ ምንም አይነት አልኮል መቅረብ የለበትም የሚል ትዕዛዝ ነው ያለው።
And I'm just generally asking you a question. Would it appear, and because this is the purpose of this hearing is not to address the issue, but before I ask the owner some questions, I just wanted to be clear in my mind because it appears that there's some miscommunication with her and the agency. So, go ahead, ma'am.
ኦኬ የዚህ ዓላማው ለተከሰተው ነገር ሳይሆን እንዲረዳኝ የምፈልገው ከባለቤቷ ጋር የንግግር ያለ መግባባት አለ።
Now, did you observe any any customers purchasing alcohol?
እና እዛ የነበሩ ደንበኞቻቸው አልኮል ሲገዙ አይተሽ ነበር ወይ?
No, sir.
Thank you.
እግዚአብሔር
All
ይስጥልኝ።
right. Do any board members, and again, remember, this is not about this is more general about ownership, but so I don't want to go a lot into the activities necessarily on that night. But if any board members have any questions that they want to ask Ms. Dancer, they are open to ask her questions.
Mr.
Now-
Chairman, I would like to ask.
Hold on, Mr. Short, hold on. Go ahead, ma'am.
በአጠቃላይ ይሄ የምንነጋገረው ንግግር ስለ ባለቤትነት ነው እና በእንትኑ ክፍት ነው እና ሌሎቹ የቦርድ አባሎች እዛ ያሉት ለሚስ ዳንስለር ጥያቄ ካላቸው ጥያቄውን ለመጠየቅ ምንድን ነው እሱ ክፍት ነው።
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes, good morning still, Miss Investigator Dansler. Good morning.
እንደምን አደርሽ ኢንቨስቲጌተር መርማሪ ዳንስለር?
Investigator Dansler,
Yes, sir.
thank you
Good
for an
morning.
excellent report.
You're welcome.
እግዚአብሔር ይስጥልን ስለዛ ሪፖርት ሚስ ዳንስለር።
Investigator Dansler, can you, in your report, can you explain to the board, specifically myself, since I'm asking the questions, the attached to your report are pictures or exhibits, exhibit number 2. Can you explain those pictures to myself and the board?
እና በዚሁ ባለሽ ልምድ ኢንቨስቲጌት ስታደረጊ ካገኘሽው ሌላ ምንድን ነው አብረሽ ያያሽው ማስረጃ አለ። ኤግዚቢት 2 ሌሎች ማስረጃዎች አሉ። ከዛ መሃል ሁለትን ፎቶግራፉ ምን እንደሆነ ልታስረጅን ትችላለሽ ወይ?
Yes, sir.
ለእኔና ለቦርዶቹ አዎ የተከበሩ ዳኛ።
I'm sorry, go ahead. Number 2 is a video. Are you asking her, Mr. Short, that you want her to share the video? Because I don't necessarily want her to share the video.
እና
I didn't ask anything about a video, Mr. Chair. I asked about the pictures in her report.
No, you said exhibit number 2, and exhibit number 2 is the video. That's why I said. You said,
Okay,
yeah.
ማስረጃ
I specifically said pictures, Mr. Chair. There are pictures attached to a report.
All right. Okay.
እና ቪዲዮ ነው ኤግዚቢት 2 ያልከው ቪዲዮ ነው። ስለሱ ነው ወይ የምትጠይቀው አቶ ሾርት ሲለው፣ አይ እኔ የጠየኩት ቪዲዮ እንትን ሪፖርቷ ላይ በግል ለይቶ ምንድን ነው የሚያሳየው ፎቶግራፍ ይላል እና እንድትመልስልኝ የምጠይቀው ስለ ፎቶግራፉ ነው።
I will have trouble bringing up the photographs. I have them in hand and I can explain them.
ይሄንን ለማምጣት ፎቶግራፎቹ ችግር አለብኝ በጄ ላይ የለም፣ ግን ለማስረዳት ሞክራለሁ።
Why don't you just go ahead, Mr. Short. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like for you to explain for the record, since we're going to have problems with the video not being seen and the pictures that are attached to your report. Can you explain what that first picture is?
እና ስለሚጻን ኤክስፕሌን እንድታደርጊልን ነው ሬኮርድ ላይ ስለሚመዘገብ እና ቪዲዮን ስለማናይ እዛ ያለው ፎቶግራፍ ምንድን ነው ስለሱ ልታስረጅን ትችላለሽ ወይ?
Exhibit number 3 is a photograph of the bar.
Was the bar
Wait,
or the alcohol,
let me interpret.
was it put up like it should have been if the establishment was closed? Was the alcohol secured?
Hold on, Mr. Short. Hold on. Remember, it's been translated.
Yeah.
So she needs to translate the first question. Hold on. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Can you repeat, Ms. Danson? Exhibit number 3 shows
Photograph of the bar.
የባሩን የቡና ቤቱን ፎቶግራፍ ነው የሚያሳየው. And this is the interpreter. Can Mr. Schwartz repeat the question for me again, please?
Okay. The second question was the alcohol in the picture secured?
እና የሁለተኛው ጥያቄ የአልኮሉ ፎቶግራፍ ነበር ወይ እዛ?
No, sir.
አልነበረም.
Thank you. And then we're going to picture number 2. Can you explain that picture?
እና ሁለት ፎቶግራፍ ሁለትን ልታስረጅን ትችላለሽ ወይ?
Exhibit number 2 is the video.
No, forgive me. In exhibit number 3, the picture, the second picture in the exhibits.
እና ሁለተኛው የሚለው ሁለተኛው ኤግዚቢት ያልከው እሱ ቪዲዮ ነው፣ ላሳይት አልችልም። አይ ኤግዚቢት 3 ቁጥርን ነው የምፈልገው፣ ልታስረጅን ትችላለሽ ወይ?
Exhibit number 4 is also a picture of the bar.
እና አራተኛው የኤግዚቢት ናምበር 4 የሚባለው እሱም ደግሞ የቡና ቤቱ ፎቶግራፍ ነው።
Thank you. Now, did you testify earlier that someone was standing behind that bar when you finally did get inside?
Yes, sir.
ሰውየው ኋላ ቆሞ ነበር ወይ እዛ እንትኑ ስትገቢ ብለሽ ቅድም ስላሰርሽው ምስክር ስሰጭ እንደሱ ነው ስትላ? አዎ አለ።
And I believe that you were asked, did you observe anyone selling alcohol? However, if the alcohol wasn't secured, and also there was a person back there serving or in a serving capacity, do you believe, with your experience, 14 years of experience, that something other than bar service being done with in that picture?
እና ባለሽ ልምድ እዛ ፎቶግራፍ ላይ ይሄንን ጥበቃ ከሌለው የአልኮኑ ከነዚህ ሌላ ነገር ይካሄዳል ብለሽ ባለሽ ልምድ ትመሰክሪያለሽ ወይ?
I believe bartending was actually being conducted.
እኔ እንደማምነው ባርቴንድ ያደረግ ነበርና እሱ እየተካሄደ ነው ብዬ አምናለሁኝ።
The next picture in your exhibit has a clock stating 5:42, or there was a number 5:42. But in that picture, why did you take that picture?
የሚቀጥለው ፎቶግራፍ የሚያሳየው 5:42 ይላል እና ያንን ፎቶግራፍ ለምንድን ነው ያነሳሽው?
Mr. Brashears took the photographs. Exhibit number 5 depicts an ice bucket and assorted canned sodas that were opened.
እና አቶ ብሽር ነበረ እሱን የወሰደው፣ ግን ኤግዚቢት 5 የሚያሳየው የበረዶ መያዣ እና እንዲሁም ደግሞ ሌላ የተለያዩ የሶዳ ቆርቆሮ ሶዳዎች ነበሩ።
Mr. Brashears believed that the open canned sodas were used to aid in mixing alcoholic beverages.
እና አቶ በሽር እንደሚያምነው እነዛ የተከፈቱ የለስላሳ መጠጥ ቆርቆሮች ከሌላ አልኮል ጋር ለመደባለቅ ነው ብሎ ነው የሚያምነው።
It was also your testimony earlier that the cups that you saw and observed smelled of alcohol. Is that correct?
እና በፊት በሰጠሽው ምስክርነት እዛ የነበሩት እነዛ ትንንሽ ካፖች ወይ ብርጭቆ ነገር መጠጫዎች ሽታቸው እንደ አልኮል ነው ብለሽ ነበረ። ትክክል ነው ወይ?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess this would be exhibit number 6. I'm looking at a couple of bottles of alcohol and I'm looking at some other things. Can you explain that picture?
እና የማስረጃ 16 ኤግዚቢት ሶሪ የማስረጃ 6 እና አንዳንድ የአልኮል ጠርሙሶች ይታዩ ነበረ። እሱ ልታስረጅን ትችላለሽ ወይ?
Exhibit number 6 shows an alcoholic beverage, Jameson, I believe that's whiskey, and several cans of open assorted colas.
እና ኤግዚቢት 6 ላይ የሚያሳየው ጀመሰን የሚባል እሱ ውስኪ ይመስለኛል እና ሌሎችም ደግሞ የተለያዩ አይነት ለስላሳ የቆርቆሮ መጠጦች ነበሩ።
And for the record, there was open bottles of alcohol there behind that bar.
እና ለመዝገባው ያህል የተከፈተ ጠርሙስ አልኮል ነበር እዛ ቡና ቤት ውስጥ።
Is that a question, Mr. Short, or a statement?
ይሄ ጥያቄ ነው ወይስ አስተያየት ነው?
The question, and thank you for correcting me. The question is, the bottle of Jameson was open and it was, in your opinion, being used or served?
እና ጠላልመው ጥያቄው ምንድን ነው? ያ የተከፈተው ጠርሙስ ጄመሰን የሚባለው እየተጠቀሙበት ነበር ወይንስ እያቀረቡት ነበር?
In my experience, the broken seal on the bottle was being used to serve patrons an alcoholic beverage.
እና እዛ ላይ ጠርሙስ ላይ ያለው መክደኛው ለነዚህ ለደንበኞቻቸው አልኮል እያቀረቡ ለማቅረብ እየተጠቀሙበት ነው ብዬ እላለሁ ባለኝ ልምድ።
In the next exhibit, it shows the bottle of Jameson again and a cup beside the bottle of Jameson. Would that have been one of the cups? Would that have been one of the cups that you smelled alcohol in?
Yes, sir.
ጠርሙሱ አጠገብ እነዛ ብርጭቆ ነገሮች ነበሩ እና ከዛ ነው ወይ ሸተተኝ ያልሽው አልኮሉ? አዎ ጌታዬ።
Yes, Exhibit 7 depicts the Jameson alcoholic beverage with a cup with alcoholic emanating from it.
እና ማስረጃ 7 የሚያሳየው ምንድን ነው? የጀምሰን አልኮል እንዳለ የሚያሳይ ነበር ከዛ የተቀዳ።
Again, thank you very much for your testimony. And I would like all of this to go on the record because apparently there was something I would think illegal going on. Would that have been your assumption also?
እና ሁላችንም እዚህ መዝገቡ ላይ እንዲሰፈር ፈልጋለሁ። ይሄን አንቺ የገመትሽው ነበር ያንቺ ግምት ነበር ወይ?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Brown stated that the establishment was hosting a birthday party.
እና አቶ ብራውንም እንደገለጸው ምንድን ነው ያ የንግድ ቦታ የልደት ቀን እየተከበረበት ነበር።
Thank you very much. The last question I have for you, counting the 20 people you said that you saw coming out of the rear, counting the 20 people you saw coming out of the rear, and the persons you saw inside, and then the others who the police officers saw down on the lower level, what was the total amount of people that were observed? And this would have been at after 1 a.m. in the morning. What was the total number of persons you saw either leaving the building or were still within the building when you did your investigation?
እና ምርመራሽን በምታደርግበት ጊዜ 20 ሰው አይቻለሁኝ እዛ ብለሻል። እንደገና ደግሞ ፖሊሶቹ ወደ ታች ሲሄዱ ሌላ 10 ሰው አይተናል ብለሻል እና እሱም ከ1 a.m. በኋላ ነበር። በአጠቃላይ ስንት ሰው ነበረ?
Over 30.
ከ30 በላይ።
Thank you, Investigator Dasler. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your excellent report.
My pleasure.
እግዚአብሔር ይስጥልኝ ላደረግሽው ምርመራ። እግዚአብሔር መረቀ።
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. I do thank you for allowing me to ask those questions.
እና
Thank you, Mr.
ሊቀመንበር ይሄ ነው ያለኝ ጥያቄ። እግዚአብሔር ይስጥልኝ ስለ ይሄንን ጥያቄ ልጠይቅ ስለፈቀድክልኝ።
I thank Mr. Short. Any other questions by any board members?
እና ሌላ ከቦርድ ሜምበሮቹ ሌላ ጥያቄ አለ ወይ?
All right, before I'm going to ask, I should have read an opening statement. And so let me go back to read the opening statement before I ask the owner some questions. So good morning, Miss.
ባለቤቷን ከመጠየቄ በፊት ለአንዳንድ የሚሰጠው ስቴትመንቶች አሉኝ። እነሱን አስተያየቶች ልስጥ እና እንደምን አደርሽ?
And good morning, Miss Yoshalet. I know I'm bad with her name.
የኋላሸት
Yohalashet. Good morning, Miss Yohalashet.
Good morning.
እንደምን አደርሽ?
All right. Thank you for attending the second fact-finding hearing.
እና እናመሰግናለን ሁለተኛው የእውነት ፍለጋ ችሎት ስለመጣሽ።
As you know, the board set this matter for an initial hearing on May 12, 2021.
እና ይሄንን ቦርዱ የቀጠረው ለሜ 2021 ነበረ።
To hear from you and your representative, Mr. Alan Ebert, regarding behavior that took place while your transfer application was pending.
እና ያለ የማዘዋወሪያው ማመልከቻ እስኪጨረስ ድረስ I forgot the name, sir.
Mr. Alan Ebert.
አለን ሊበርት ወደ እሱ ለማዛወር በዛ ቀን ነበር የተቀጠረው።
As I shared with you last month, the board doesn't generally hold hearings on applications that transfer a license to a new owner.
እና ያለፈው ጊዜ ወር እንደነገርኩሽ የፈቃድ ዝውውርን ቦርዱ አይሰራም።
But because these types of applications are not placarded for the benefit of public input, we would be doing the public a disservice if we did not discuss this application with you.
Sorry, can you repeat the whole thing again for me? This is the interpreter.
But because these types of applications are not placarded for the benefit of public input, we would be doing the public a disservice if we did not discuss this application with you.
እና ስለዚህ ማመልከቻ ይሄ እንትኑ ወረቀቱ በፕላካርድ መሆን ነበረበት የሚለጠፍ ነገር እና እንደዛ አይነት ነገር ስላልነበረ እና በፓብሊክ በህዝቡም የሚደመጥ ነገር ስላልሆነ አንቺን በዚሁ ልንጠይቅሽ ፈልገናል።
I say that because the board is aware that, if true, gives the board pause regarding your management or operational practices.
እና ለቦርዱ ደግሞ ይሄ ምንድነው አሁን ያለሽ የስራሽ ፈቃድና እንዴት አድርገሽ እንደምታስተዳድሪው ለማወቅ እንትን ይላል።
Specifically, the board is concerned that you, rather than Coab Ethiopian Restaurant,
እና በተለይም አንቺንና ቦርዱ የሚያሳስበው ምንድነው አንቺና የኮከብ ሬስቶራንት
the transferor may have been responsible for managing the establishment earlier this year while your application was pending.
እና ያንቺ ማመልከቻ ገና በእንጥልጥል ላይ ያለ ይሄ ነገር በስራ ጀምሮ ነበረ።
If that is the case,
እንደዛ ከሆነ ጉዳዩ
it was done without the board's approval or without a temporary operating permit in place.
እንደዛ ከሆነ ጉዳዩ ጊዜያዊ ፈቃድ ወይንም ደግሞ ቦርዱ ሳይፈቅድልሽ ነበረ ይሄ ነገር ሲካሄድ የነበረው ማለት ነው።
Specifically, in March of 2021, a summary suspension was issued in case number 21-251-00005.
Can you repeat that for me?
Specifically, in March of 2021, a summary suspension was issued
እና በተለይም በማርች 21 ላይ ታግደሽ ነበረ፣ ለጊዜው ተከልክሎ ነበረ
against Coab Ethiopian Restaurant for operating after hours.
እና በኮከብ ሬስቶራንት ከሰዓት እላፊ በኋላ ምንም ነገር መስራት አይችልም ተብሎ ተከልክሎ ነበር።
Operating without an ABC manager on duty.
የኤቢሲ ማናጀር በስራ ላይ ሳይሆን ስራ መስራት.
And for interfering with an ABRA and MPD investigation.
እና ይሄ ደግሞ በአብራና በኤምፒዲ ኢንቨስቲጌሽን መሀል ጣልቃ ገብቷል።
These are very serious violations of the law.
ይሄ ደግሞ በጣም ከፍተኛ የሆነ የህግ ጥሰት ነው።
As a result of the March incident, the establishment has been closed since that time.
እና ማርች ላይ በተፈጠረው ነገር ይሄ የስራ ቦታ ተዘግቷል ከዛ በኋላ።
As I mentioned last month, the board has reason to believe that you may have been managing the establishment on the night of the incident.
እና ያለፈው ወር እንደተነጋገርነው ቦርዱ ያምናል ይሄ ክስተት በተከሰተበት ጊዜ ስራ ላይ እንደነበረ
rather than the owner of Coeb.
የኮከብ ባለቤት ሳይሆን.
If that is true, the board would like to hear from you regarding any assurances that you can provide us to convince us that you'll be a good and attentive owner.
እና እንደዛ ከሆነ ደግሞ እኛን በግድ ማሳመን ይኖርብሻል። በጣም ጎበዝና ሁሉንም የሚከታተል ባለቤት እንደሆንሽ መሆንሽን እኛን ማሳመን ይኖርብሻል።
If we were to grant the transfer application.
ይሄውም ደግሞ እንትኑ ማመልከቻውን ለማዘዋወር ካስፈለገ.
We need to be convinced that you will operate your new restaurant fully in compliance with the laws and regulations that govern ABRA licenses.
እና በጣም እኛን ማሳመን ይኖርብሻል ሙሉ በሙሉ ህጉን በሚመለከትና በመከተል ላይሰንስሽን ትፈልጊ እንደሆነ ለሚለው እኛን በደንብ አድርገሽ ማሳመን ይኖርብሻል።
We know that you have completed the requirements for submitting your paperwork for the approval.
እናውቃለን ማመልከቻውን ሞልተሽ ለፈቃድ ፈቃድ እንድታገኝ ማመልከቻ አስገብተሻል።
Of the transfer.
ይሄውም ደግሞ ለማዘዋወር ማለት ነው።
So please rest assured that we are only here today to conduct a fact-finding hearing.
እና እርግጠኛ ሆኜ ዛሬ እዚህ የመጣነው እውነቱን ለማወቅ ነው ችሎቱ።
And that we're keeping an open mind regarding your ability to manage a lawful establishment.
እኛ ደግሞ ክፍት ነን እና ትክክለኛ ህጋዊ የሆነ ንግድ ታካሄጃለሽ ብለን ለማመን እንትኑ መድረኩ ክፍት ነው። እኛም በክፍት ጭንቅላት ነን ያለ ነው።
All right, do you understand, ma'am?
ገብቶሻል?
Yeah.
All right. So when did you first purchase this building?
ይሄንን ህንፃ መቼ ነው የገዛሽው?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. When did you decide to purchase this business?
ይቅርታ ተሳስቻለሁ። እንደገና መላጠየቅ ይሄንን ንግድ መቼ ነው ለመግዛት የወሰንሽው?
ኦገስት 2020.
August 2020.
And so what happened once you purchased a business in August of 2020? What did you do?
እና አንድ ጊዜ ይሄንን እንትኑን ከገዛሽ ከኦገስት 2020 በኋላ ምን አደረግሽ?
ምን አልሽ? እንደገና?
Can you repeat the question?
Once you purchased the building, once you purchased a business in August of 2020, tell me what did you do after?
አንድ ጊዜ ንግዱን ከገዛሽ በኋላ ኦገስት 2020 ከዛ በኋላ ምንድን ነው ያደረግሽው?
ሊዝ ፈራ።
I signed a lease.
And when did you sign this lease?
መቼ ነው ይሄንን የፈረምሽው?
ሴፕቴምበር 1 2020.
September 1st 2020.
All right. So have you ever owned a business like this prior?
ከዚህ በፊት እንደዚህ አይነት ንግድ ኖሮሽ ያውቃል? No.
So what type of training, if any, did you participated in owning a restaurant?
እና የሬስቶራንት ባለቤት ለመሆን ምን አይነት ትሬኒንግ ወስደሽ ከሆነ ወይም ልትወስጂ ከሆነ እንደዛ አይነት ነገር ምን አይነት ነገር አለሽ? ስልጣና
ተቀጥሬ ሰራ ነበር እና ሬስቶራንት ባኮምም ደግሞ ሰራ ነበር።
So I used to work in a restaurant and back home I also used to work in a restaurant.
All right. So have you did you work in a restaurant here in the United States?
እዚህ አሜሪካ
Yes.
ውስጥ እንትን ሬስቶራንት ውስጥ ሰርተሽ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ?
And
እ?
she said yes.
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work in a restaurant in the United States? And what restaurants did you work in?
አሜሪካ ውስጥ ሬስቶራንት ውስጥ ለምን ያህል ጊዜ ሰራሽ? የት ሬስቶራንት ሰራሽ?
5 ዓመት ያህል ነው። ወደ 9 ስትሪት አሁን እንኳን ተዘግቷል።
I worked for 5 years in a restaurant. It's somewhere around 9th Street, but it's closed right now.
All right. Now, do you know, when did you start the transfer application process with APRA?
እንትኑን ለማዘዋወር መቼ ነው የጀመርሽው ከአብራ?
January 2021.
January 2021.
Was the restaurant I know, all right. When was the restaurant open for business? Was it operating? When was it since after you purchased the business, was it operating?
እና ቢዝነሱን ከገዛሹ በኋላ ስራ ጀመረ ወይ?
አይ ኦፊሻል አልጀመረም። እኔ ዝም ብዬ አንዳንድ ጊዜ ለማለማመድ ኢትዮጵያ ፉድ ምናምን ነው እንጂ እንደዚሁ ለጓደኞች የምሸጠው ገና ኦፊሻል ገና አልከፈትኩም። ኦፕን አላረኩትም።
Officially it was not open, but you know, for my friends sometimes I do prepare Ethiopian food.
Explain that we mean. All right. So was she serving and selling alcohol during this period of time?
እና በዚህ ጊዜ ውስጥ አሁን በቃ እንትን አልኮል ትሸጭ ነበር ወይ?
በፍጹም አልሸጥም።
No, I was not selling.
Now, bring us to March 21st.
እስቲ ንገሪን ማርች 21 እዛ ጋር ውሰጅን ማርች 21 ጋር።
So what was March 21st? What happened March 21st?
እና ምን ሆነ ማርች 21? ማርች 21 ምንድን ነው?
ማርች 21 በርዝዴ ነበረ። የጓደኞቼ በቃ እዚህ በርዝዴ ያደረጉ ዛሴት እንጂ ምንም ነገር የተሸጠ ነገር የለም።
March 21st, there was a birthday celebration, so they did a birthday celebration. There was nothing that was sold. There was no alcohol that was sold.
So who was the birthday celebration for?
የማን ልደት ነበረ?
የጓደኞቼ ልደት ነበረ።
It was my friend's birthday.
So who was running the business at that time?
በዛ ጊዜ ንግዱን የሚያካሂደው ማን ነበረ?
እኔ ነኝ ግን አልነበርኩኝም። በቃ እኔ ቁልፍ ሰጠቻቸው ነው የሄድኩትና ልጆቹ ነበሩ። በቃ እራት ምናምን በልተን ተጫውተን እንሄዳለን አሉኝ። እሺ ብዬ እኔ ትንሽ ስላመመኝ የቤት ነበርኩኝ።
You know, I was not there, but they were celebrating a birthday. They asked me to give me the key, so I was not feeling well. I gave them the key and I went home.
So who did you leave in charge?
ማንን ነው ኃላፊነቱን ሰጥተሽ የሄድሽው?
ሚስተር ብራውንን እዚህ ነበረ ለሱ ቁልፍ ሰጠቸው ነው።
Mr. Brown was there, so I gave the key to Mr. Brown.
So who is Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown ማን ነው?
እኔ ጋር ይሰራልና ሴኩሪቲ ነው።
ሴኩሪቲ ነው? He works there with me and he's a security.
So you had a big party. Your friend had a birthday party on the 21st, and you left the keys to the building to Mr. Brown.
እና ትልቅ ምን ነበር ታከብሩ ነበረ እና ለሚስተር ብራውን ስተሽለት ሄድሽ ቁልፉን በ21? Yes.
So who hired Mr. Brown to work security?
ማን የቀጠረው አቶ ብራውንን ሴኩሪቲ እንዲሰራ?
እኔ ነኝ።
I did.
So if you're having a birthday party, why you need to hire security for a birthday party?
እና የበርትዴ የልደት የምታከብሩ ከሆነ ለምንድን ነው ለዛ ሴኩሪቲ ካርድ ያስፈልገው?
አይ እኔ ስላልነበርኩኝ አደራ ብዬው ለሱ ቁልፍ ሰጠሁት።
Because I was not there, I just gave him the key to take care of.
There was a lot of alcohol and people were drinking alcohol. So who bought the alcohol?
እና ብዙ የአልኮሎች ነበሩ እና ያንን አልኮል የገዛው ማን ነው?
አረ ማንም የገዛ የለም። እኔ ማንም ዝም ብለው ኬክ ራት ምናምን ነው የነሱ ነው እንጂ እኔ ምንም ነገር ከኔ የገዙት ነገር የለም። ምንም
there was nothing that they bought from me. There was food and cake and stuff like that, but there was nothing that I provided with alcohol.
The pictures that we saw, ma'am, the pictures that we saw, there was a bar and there's alcohol there. Who bought the alcohol? Where did the alcohol come from for this birthday party?
ለዚህ ለልደት ስታከብሩ አልኮሉ ፎቶግራፉ ባርና አልኮል እንዳለ ያሳያል።
አይ እነሱ ይዘው መተው ይሆናል እንጂ ባሩ ውስጥ ያለው ፎቶግራፍ በፊት ዝም ብሎ ባዶ ኢምፒቲ የሆኑ ጠርሙሶች እንዱ ባሩ ላይ የሚደረደር ነበር እንጂ በተረፈ እነሱ ይዘው መተው ይሆናል እንጂ እኔ ምንም እንደዚህ አይነት ነገር አርቄ አላቅም።
I've never done like that because I mean before earlier we have a empty bottle, alcohol bottle there, but I don't know if they brought an alcohol with them, but I never had any alcohol.
All right. Is the bar currently, I know the business has been closed. Is there alcohol on the shelves in the bar?
እና ቢዝነሱ እንደተዘጋ ቃለሁኝ ንግዱ እና እዛ ሸልፉ ላይ አልኮል አለ ወይ በዛ ባር ውስጥ?
የሰውየው የነበረ ነው። በፊትም ስገዛው ዝም ብሎ እንዱ የተደረደረ ነው የቆየ ነው እንጂ ኤክስፓየርድ ያደረገ ነው እንጂ እኔ ገና ስራውንም አልጀመርኩም። ምንም መጠጥ የለኝም። ገና ነኝ ኦፊሻሊም አልከፈትኩም። ገና የሰውየው
I did not even open officially. There's nothing I bought, but when I bought the business, those things were in there. It was expired and it's been in the shop.
So when you bought the business, all the liquor, you also purchased all the current liquor in the establishment. Is that what you're saying?
Now, አንቺ እንደምትዩ ንግዱን ስትገዢ እዛ አብሮ የነበረው ያለውን አሁን ያለውን አልኮል አብረሽ ነው ወይ ገዛሽው ልከሮቹን?
አይ ዝም ብሎ ያስቀመጡት ነው እንጂ ኦልሬዲ ኤክስፓየርድ ያደረጉ ጠርሙሶች የሌለው ምናምን ነው።
No, I didn't buy it with that. It's what they had it on the shelf. Some of them are empty and some of them are expired alcohol.
All right, ma'am. Now, are you aware if we were to approve you as a new owner, that you can't have that you cannot have a private party and not allow ABRA in the establishment?
እና አሁን ፈቃድ ብንሰጥሽ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ እንደዛ አይነት ነገር ውስጥ የፕራይቬት ፓርቲ ማድረግ እንደማትችይ?
አዎ በጣም ለተፈጠረው ነገር ይቅርታ። እኔ አዲስ ስለሆንኩ ምንም አላወቅኩም። ይቅርታ አድርጉልኝ። እና ደግሞ ትሬኒንግ ተመዝግቤያለሁ። በጣም ይቅርታ አድርጉልኝ። ጁላይ ላይ ትሬኒንግ አለኝ።
So for the thing that happened, I'm sorry and please pardon me for that. But now I'm also gonna go on training in July for the business to open.
Ma'am, so why did you not go to the training on the 18th when I specifically requested that you go to the training on May 18th? So why did you not go to the training on May 18th?
May 18 ላይ ለስልጠና ሂጂሽ ብዬሽ ነበር። ለምንድን ነው በዛ ቀን ያልሄድሽው? እኔ በጠየቁሽ ቀን
I'm sorry ሚስ አድርጌው ነው። ጁላይ ላይ አረጋለሁ።
I'm sorry I missed it. I have already registered and I'm going to do the training in July.
Now, are you aware, ma'am, if we were to approve the transfer, that if you're not going to be at the restaurant when it's open, that you have to have an ABC manager in charge of the establishment when you're not there?
ታውቂያለሽ ወይ ከአሁኑ ለምሳሌ ይሄ እንትኑ ሲጀምር የኤቢሲ ካምፓኒ ሲጀምር አንቺ እዛ ከሌለሽ ችግር እንደሚፈጠር ታውቂያለሽ ወይ? Yes, I do.
Are you aware, ma'am, if we were to approve the transfer, that you cannot leave Mr. Brown security in charge of your establishment if Mr. Brown is not an ABC manager? Are you aware of that, ma'am?
እና ይሄንን ብናዘዋውርልሽ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ? ለሚስተር ብራውን ያንን ነገር ትተሽ እንደማትሄጂ እና ለሱ ትራንስፈር ማድረግ እንደማትችይ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ?
አዎ በፍጹም አላረግም ነው።
እና አንቺ እዛ መኖር እንዳለብሽ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ?
አዎ
Yes, I'm not going to do that anymore. Yes, I do know.
Are you aware, ma'am, that if the board was to approve the transfer application, that if your hours of operation ends at 2:00, that means that you cannot have a private party inside your establishment. You cannot have any occupants in your building after 2:00 drinking and eating if your hours ends at 2:00 in the morning?
እና ታውቂያለሽ ወይ? አሁን ለምሳሌ ንግድሽ በ2 ሰዓት ያልቃል ከተባለ ከዛ በኋላ ምንም ማንም ሰው
Are you also aware, ma'am, that anytime ABRA establishment, that you have to let them in without delay?
እና ደግሞ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ አብራ ወይም ሌላ ተከታታይ የሚመረምሩ ሰዎች ሲመጡ ያንቺ ንግድ ቦታ እነሱን ማስገባት እንዳለብሽ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ? አለምንም መዘግየት እነሱን ማስገባት እንዳለ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ?
አዎ
Yes.
And just in your own words, ma'am, why should the ABC board approve this transfer application? Are you someone who we should approve as an effective owner of an ABC license?
እና አሁን በራስሽ ቃል ንገሪን አንቺ ለምን እኛ እንደምትፈቅድልሽ እና አሁን አንቺን ብንፈቅድልሽ ፈቃዱን እንዴት አድርገሽ ነው የኤቢሲ ኦነርን ሆነሽ ለመስራት እንደምትችው በራስሽ ቃል ንገሪን።
አሁን በቃ ላይሰንሱን ወስጄ ከዚህ በኋላ ህጉን አክብሬ በስርዓቱ እሰራለሁ። ሬዲ እንደገና ትሬኒንጉንም ወስዳለሁ፣ ይጠቅመኛል። ከዚህ በኋላ አሁን ተምሬያለሁ ሁሉም ነገር።
So after I get the license, I would abide by the rule and regulation, and I'm also going to take the training.
Do you have anything else you want to say, ma'am?
ሌላ ማለት የምትፈልጊው ነገር አለ?
በቃ አሁን ብዙ ተምሬያለሁ። በጣም ይቅርታ ለሁሉም ነገር። ከዚህ በኋላ የመጀመሪያ አዲስም ስለሆን ምንም ስለማላቅ ነው። ይቅርታ በጣም።
So after this, I have learned a lot. This is my first time, and I didn't know a lot, and I do apologize, and I ask your pardon.
Thank you, ma'am.
There's
Any questions by any board members?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
I'm not even going to try to pronounce her name. I can't pronounce her name. But anyway, this is to the applicant. Your testimony earlier was that you worked on 9th Street at a restaurant for 5 years. Is that correct?
እና ስምሽን መጥራት ስለማችል ይቅርታ አድርግልኝ። አመልካቿን ነው የምጠይቀው። እና ስሙን ለ5 ዓመት ሬስቶራንት ሰርቻለሁ 9th ስትሪት ላይ ብለሻል። ስሙን አታውቂውም? የምታውቂው አይደለም?
ሻሸመኔ ነው የሚባለው። ተዘግቷል አሁን።
The name of the establishment is called Shashamane, but it's not in operation anymore.
And she worked there for 5 years, is that correct?
እና እዛ ደግሞ ለ5 ዓመት ሰርተሻል። ትክክል ነው? Yes.
Did that restaurant have any violations with Arbor while she worked there?
አንቺ እዛ በምትሰሪበት ሰዓት ያ ሬስቶራንት ህግ የጣሰው ነገር ነበር ወይ?
አይ እኔ ምንም አልሰማም።
No, I haven't heard anything about that.
My last question.
የመጨረሻ ጥያቄ.
My question is, will she or did she learn anything about running a business while she worked there for 5 years?
እና አሁን የምጠይቅሽ ጥያቄ ለ5 ዓመት እዛ ስለሰራሽ እንዴት አድርጎ ቢዝነስ እንደሚካሄድ ተምረሻል ወይ?
አዎ ተምሬያለሁ።
Yes, I did learn.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
ተጨማሪ ጥያቄ የለኝም።
Thank you, Mr. Short.
ነበር።
Any other questions for the applicant?
ሌላ ጥያቄ ያላችሁ ካለ ለአመልካቿ።
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Before I close this hearing, any final comments you want to make?
ይህንን ነገር ከመዝጋቴ በፊት ሌላ ተጨማሪ አስተያየት መስጠት የምትፈልጊው አለ ወይ?
የለም።
No, there isn't.
All right. I want to thank everyone for attending this hearing.
ሁላችሁንም አመሰግናለሁኝ ስለመጣችሁና ስላረክሰ.
The board will close the record and we will take this matter under advisement.
እና ይሄ ቦርዱ ይዘጋል። ይሄንን ደግሞ በአድቫይዝመንት በምክር በማሳወቂያ ነገር እናሳውቃለን።
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
መልካም ቀን. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Thanks. You can tell her she can log off, please.
ማጥፋት ትችያለሽ። አልቋል። ማጥፋት አልቋል።
እሺ 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 ቆይ
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CIT 00445, the Gold Room Bar Lounge, license number 114757. This hearing is canceled. The parties offered into an offer and compromise on May 19th, 2021. Seaboard Order number 2021 Seaboard Order number 2021-299. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00068, The Crucible, license number 112781. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Ms. Krupke, rights have been elevated. Ms. Betsy, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the government, please. Introduce and spell your name, please.
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia. My first name is Jessica, Jessica, and my last name is Krupke, Krupke.
Ms. Krupke, we're having some issues hearing you, so I need you to either turn your volume up or something, please. You sound like in a distance. That's why. You're on mute now. Go ahead.
My microphone's right here.
Go ahead. It's a little better now.
Let's do this. Can you hear me now?
Start over again. I'll let you know.
Okay, I'm moving closer to my computer microphone. I'm wondering if that's what's happening. Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia. It's Jessica, last name Krupke, Krupke.
I'm not sure if the court reporter can hear you. I just want to make sure that the court reporter can hear you. That's the concern that I was having. So as long as if the court reporter cannot hear you, then I think if the court reporter cannot.
Mr. Chair, the court reporter is asking that Ms. Krupke just dial in because she's having trouble transcribing.
Right, so that's, no, I need Ms. Krupke to be on maybe, why don't you log out and log back in, Ms. Krupke, because I've not had a problem with your volume before. So today's the only day. So why don't you log out and log back in, please? I can't hear you.
Ms. Krupke, go ahead.
I'm going to ask if you're not speaking, could everyone please mute their phone if you're not speaking, please? Ms. Krupke, are you there?
Hello?
Yes. Are you able, I can hear you better. Are you able to turn your camera on? If not, we'll move on. But I can hear you better.
Yes, I joined from my cell phone instead. So.
Okay, great. Your voice. So can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia, JESSICA-KRUPKE.
All right, good morning. Can the licensee please introduce himself for the record, please?
I'm Betsy Lehrfeld, BETSY-LEHRFELD. I'm an attorney for Southwest Social Scene, trading as the Crucible.
Oh, so you're the representative. So you are. Have you made an appearance, formal notice of appearance with the agency, ma'am?
I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Krupke, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, there are. The parties have reached an offer in compromise and are ready to present it for the board's consideration.
And what is that, please?
Okay, so there are 3 charges in this particular case. Charge 1 is that the establishment purchased alcoholic beverages from establishments with with an off-premises retailer's license. So it's a primary tier violation of DC Code 25-113, subsection A, 5A. And so the offer is for a $1,000 fine payable within 120 days, or the license would be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. The second charge is that the establishment imported alcoholic beverages without an import permit, a violation of DC Code 25-119, a primary tier violation. The offer in compromise for this charge is a warning. And for charge 3, the violation alleged is failure to keep and maintain books and records for 3 years, a violation of 23 DCMR section 1204, a primary tier violation. And the offer in compromise for this charge is that the charge would be dismissed.
Right. And that's the offer in compromise.
Yes.
Ms. Leffett, it is my understanding that that there's an offer in compromise. And the offer in compromise is that for charge 1, there's a fine of $1,000 paid within 120 days. For charge 2, a written warning will be issued, and for charge 3, that it will be dismissed. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes, they are.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes, they are.
Any questions by any board members on either parties on this offer in compromise? Hearing none, I make a motion that the offer in compromise for charge 1, a fine of $1,000 be payable within 120 days. If the fine is not payable within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. For charge 2, a written warning is issued. For charge 3, that it be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. Let's now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Short, this is a crucible, and I just want to make sure that so you agree with this OIC?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to go on the record. I second the motion, and yes, I agree with Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cota.
Mr. Cato, Bobby Cato.
Mr. Cato, I'm sorry, Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato, Ms. Crockett.
Crosby Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I want to thank all parties for coming up with this offer in compromise. And thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. The next case on our calendar is case number 20CC 00085, Tenley Wine and Liquor, license number 78014. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Chair, Ms. Krupke is the only party for this.
No, there's Ms. Krupke, have you spoken to the the licensee?
Yes, she did have some trouble logging in. I last spoke with her about an hour ago. So I actually, at this point, it's now been about 2 hours. But so I had hoped she'd been able to log in, but obviously I can't.
I'm sorry to interrupt. She is a call-in, Mr. Chair. That's why I didn't see her name. I'm going to go ahead and get her.
Kiran Sanger.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Hold on. All right, so Ms. Krupke, can you please again spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, this is Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia. My name is Jessica, Jessica, last name Krupke, Krupke.
And if there is a Miss Sanger, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sanger.
What is your first and last name, please, and what's your relationship to the establishment, ma'am?
Yes. First name is Kiran, Kiran. Last name Sanger, Sangar. And relationship, I'm the owner operator for 21 Liquor.
All right, thank you. All right, Miss Krupke, this is a show cause hearing. Are there any show cause hearing status? Are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
Yes, the parties have reached an offer in compromise to present for the board's consideration today. There are two charges in this matter. The first is that the establishment sold to a minor under 21 years of age. This is a primary tier violation and a violation of DC Code 25-781. The offer in compromise reached is that the fine would be $3,000 payable within 60 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. The second term is that the license shall be suspended for 10 days with 4 days to be served and 6 days stayed for 1 year. The days to be served would be this coming Sunday through Wednesday. So that's June 20th to June 23rd. And the third term of the offer in compromise for the first charge is that all employees who serve alcoholic beverages in a licensed establishment must complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the day the offer is accepted by the board, if it is indeed accepted. And then for charge 2, the charge is failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain the legal drinking age, a violation of DC Code 25-783. It's a primary tier violation, and the offer in compromise is for $2,000 payable within 60 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
All right, thank you, Ms. Krupke. All right, Ms. Sanger, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise for charge 1 is a $3,000 fine payable in 60 days. So the license will be suspended for 10 days, 6 days stayed and 4 days served. All employees that serve alcoholic beverages to underage, all employees who serve alcohol beverages will participate in training within 3 months. For charge 2, that there is a fine of $2,000 payable within 60 days. If the fine is not payable in 60 days, the license will be suspended, and that the establishment will be closed June 20th through June 20, in a sense, closed and prevented from selling alcohol from June 20th through June 23rd, 2021. Is this your understanding, ma'am, of the offer in compromise?
Yes.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
Are there any questions by any board members regarding this offer in compromise? Hearing none, I make a motion that the offer in compromise for charge 1, which is a fine of $3,000 payable in 60 days, be accepted, that the license will be suspended for 10 days, 6 days stayed and 4 served. The 4 days that will be served are June 20th through June 23rd, 2021, that all employees that serve alcohol beverages, that they undergo training within 3 months. That charge 2, that there's a fine of $2,000 payable in 60 days, and if the fine is not payable in 60 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that this be accepted. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I want to thank the parties for agreeing to this offer in compromise. And I just want to, again, let the licensee know that during the period of suspension, which is June 22nd through June 23rd, your establishment is prohibited from selling or serving alcohol during that period of time. Is that, do you understand, ma'am, that you cannot sell alcohol? Let me see, you are a liquor store, so you can't serve, but so you are aware that during this period of time, you cannot sell any alcoholic beverages. Are you clear with that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to thank the parties for agreeing to this offer and compromise, and thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19 PRO 00052 Whole Food Markets, license number 86071. This hearing is canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's consideration and approval. So this case is canceled. We're now to the end of our morning session, and prior to taking a break for lunch, let's do our agenda items that are on the calendar today. So we'll start with our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated May 25th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Hilton, Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, license number 118043. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a motion to amend board order number 2021-262. This is regarding Ozia Martini and Cigar Lounge, license number 117280. I make a motion that the board approves the request to amend board order number 2014-0. I'm sorry, board order number 2014-315 to remove the condition that prohibits entertainment on the rooftop when the retractable roof is open. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is review of the Metropolitan Department's request for a fact-finding hearing dated June 5th, 2021. This is in assets, license number 113585. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda, review of a settlement agreement dated June 11th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission and Whole Foods Market, license number 086071. I make a motion that we approve this agreement with modifications to sections 3 and 10. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis, the second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of a settlement agreement dated June 12, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5B, the Group of 5 or more, and Randall Grocery, license number 019046. I make a motion that we approve with modification to strike section 2C. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of the Metropolitan Police Department's reimbursable details subsidy program hours of eligibility, notice of emergency, and proposed rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review request for temporary operating permit for Courtyard by Marriott, license number 118590. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. And the matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application for safekeeping of license. This is for West End Market, license number 090448. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal licensing agenda is a review application for new retailer C Tavern. This is Aslin Beer Company, license number 118555. I make a motion that we have a fact finding hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application to add the carry out and delivery endorsement to Flower Child, license number 109929. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application to add the carry out and delivery endorsement to the Cheesecake Factory, license number 113566. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review letter requesting withdrawal of approved application. This is for JJ Liquors, license number 117919. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on a supplemental licensing agenda is the review application for stipulated license with letter of A and C. Support for a new ABC license. This is for Crew Hemp Lounge, license number 117958. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review application for an entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment both indoors and outdoors. This is for Electric Kool-Aid, license number 112294. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on this motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I disagree.
Ms. Takeda,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I disagree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-2 with Mr. Short and Ms. Henson in disagreement. The next matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for change of hours. This is for Electric Kool-Aid, license number 112294. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I disagree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I disagree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agree. The matter passed 4-2 with Mr. Short and Ms. Henson in disagreement. We now move to a cancellation agenda. The first matter on the cancellation agenda is that the ABC board will be canceling the license of DC Cruises, license number 091194, because the licensee requests cancellation. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion, second by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our temporary one-day substantial change docket. The first event is a request for Christopher T. Siving. This is for a one-day license class F. This is for June 19th, 2021. The address is 2715 Q Street Northwest. The license number is 118556 with 25 attendees and 1 security guard. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our docket is a request from Brianna Groves. This is for one-day license class G. This is again for a wedding on June 25th, 2021. The address is 101 District Square Southwest. The license number is 118549 for 120 attendees and 2 security guards. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our docket is a request by Yared B. Melaku. This is again for a one-day license class G. This is a wedding, July 18th, 2021. The address is 1340 Quincy Street Northeast. The license number is 118580. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our docket for the day. This is the following application was submitted to the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for review. There are 13 applicants on this agenda. I'll give the names of the applicants. I will also state what the request is. And I will, at the end of after reading all 13, I'll make a motion that they be approved. So the first applicant is Poppy, license number 99695. They are retailer C Nightclub. It's a trade name change application. The new name is Sachi Nightclub. The next request, a request from the Lounge, license number 117238. They are retailer C Nightclub. This is trade name change application. The new name is 12 After 12. The next request, a request from Holly Baker, license number 21 IMP 00014. This is a personal importation permit application. The next request, a request from Amazon Retail, trade name to be determined, license number 116761. They are retailer B full service grocery. This is a trade name change application. The name is Amazon Fresh. The next request, a request made by Save on Liquors, license number 116481. They are retailer A liquor store change of hours application. The next request, a request from New Columbia Distilleries Green Hat Gin, Green Hat Distillery, license number 116565. They are manufacturer A. This is a letter of request for removal of Officer David E. Rendon. The next request, a request from Baralito Bar and Restaurant, license number 106195. They are retailer C Restaurant. It's a stock transfer application. The next request, a request from Amazon Retail LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 116761. They are retailer B full service grocery. It's a new ABC license application. The next request, a request by Petite Cursise, license number 118037. They are a retailer C restaurant. This is a new ABC license application. The next request, a request from Lee's Liquor, license number 95751. They are retailer A liquor store transferred to new location application. The next request, a request from the Lounge, license number 117238. They're retailer C Nightclub. This is a letter of request to increase the occupancy load from 499 to 600. The next request, a request made by Suit Shop, license number 117995. They are retailer 25%, and this is a new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board grants the request by the 13 applicants that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The board then, we're now at the end of our morning agenda items and calendar. And so the board will be in recess until we come back to a public hearing at 1:30 p.m. I will also advise the ABC board member that the ABC board member should log on to our executive committee at 1:15. So we will log back on for the continuation of our executive committee meeting at 1:15. So I see the board members in executive committee at 1:15, and I'll see the public at 1:30. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Mr. Short, I see that you've joined the public session. You should be in the executive session right now.
Good afternoon. We're back on the record. I would like to introduce welcome the public back to our afternoon session. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. There are 5 other members who are joining me today. The 5 of the members who are joining me are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. There are approximately 1, 2, 3, 4. There are approximately, I think there are 4 cases are on this afternoon's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the party will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right. The first thing that we'll do this afternoon prior to doing our afternoon calendar, we have a supplemental legal agenda. And the first matter on our supplemental legal agenda is the review of requests for reinstatement of canceled license. This is for Jimmy Valentine's Lonely Hearts Club, license number 076330. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Now we now go back to our afternoon calendar. The first case on our afternoon calendar is our calendar are now for the afternoon are show cause hearings. The first case in our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00014, the Gold Room Bar Lounge, license number 114757. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on May 19th, 2021. See board order number 2021-299. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00059 Costello, license number 100259. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and also of the government, please? Thank you.
Sure, Sam. Ms. Krupke, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Miller, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Amadou Ba, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Could everyone please, if they have a camera, please turn their cameras on, please. Mr. Barr, Mr. Miller, Mr. Ruiz. I'm still waiting for Mr. Barr and Mr. Miller if you have a camera.
This is Mr. Barr. I tried to elevate my camera, but it's not coming through. I don't know.
That's fine, Mr. Barr. That's fine. If you don't have a camera, then that's fine. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We have a show cause hearing. And let me start off with the parties introducing themselves for the record, starting with government, please.
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia. My first name is Jessica, Jessica, and my last name is Krupke, Krupke.
All right, thank you. There are some investigators on the call. I'll start with Mr. Ruiz. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? I cannot hear you, Mr. Ruiz.
My name is Mark, M-A-R-K, last name Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ruiz.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Miller.
My name is Jovan Miller, Jovan, last name Miller, Miller.
And what is your role, sir?
Investigator.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Ba, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Amadou Ba, is A-M-A-D-O-U, last name is B-A-H. I am the owner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ba. Ms. Krupke, this is a show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, there are not.
All right. Do you have any preliminary matter you want to bring to the attention of us, Mr. Ba?
Actually, I was not there, but what happened, the manager told me.
Hold on, Mr. Ba, hold on. I don't necessarily want you to tell me about the case. So when you present your case, you can tell me your position. Okay. I was just stating if there is any other issues that you have, not about the case itself, but any other preliminary matters that needs to be brought to my attention before we start the hearing.
No, nothing so far.
All right, thank you. So, all right, the way this goes, Mr. I wish I could see you, because since we're actually doing a full hearing, I can't see you. But anyway, the way this operates is that the government goes first. It appears that the government might call one or two witnesses. When the government calls its first witness, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness. And if the government decides to call a second witness, then you can also cross-examine that witness on the testimony that witness just testified to. Once the government has presented its witnesses, they will rest. Then I will call you in, I will swear you in, and then you can state what your position is and what is it you want the board to do. Do you understand the procedure that we're going to follow this afternoon, sir?
Yes.
All right. So we'll start with the government. Does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, the brief one. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, board members. We are here for a show cause hearing in which the government alleges that the establishment, Costello Restaurant and Lounge, failed to have an owner or ABC board-approved manager present on the premises during the establishment's hours of sale, service, and consumption. And the district alleges that this is a violation of DC Code 25-701A11. And the government will present two witnesses today, both alcoholic beverage regulation administrative investigators. The first one is Mark Ruiz, and the second is Mr. Miller, Mr. Jovan Miller. And the evidence will establish that on Saturday, January 25th, 2020, at approximately 11:20 p.m., the investigators visited Costello Restaurant and Lounge in response to a noise complaint. And then when they entered the establishment, the investigators identified themselves and asked to speak with an owner or manager. The facts will establish that there was no ABC owner or manager present, and that the establishment therefore was in violation of the statute. And so at the end of the hearing, we'll ask for a verdict in response to these facts that we will establish. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on 1 minute, please. I'm trying to see, Mr. Ba, if I can get you some assistance on how to turn your camera on. Do you have a camera on your on the instrument that you're utilizing?
Yes.
All right, so I'm trying. Let me see if we can figure out how you can turn your camera on. Is there anything you can do to assist Miss Andrews?
Mr. Ba, do you see a button that says start video?
Yeah. I just yeah.
Can you click the button that says start video?
Okay, good. I can see you, Mr. Bot. Fine.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so all right. Do you want to make a statement at this point? As Miss Krupke just made an opening statement, you can make an opening statement now, or you can wait until you present your case. So you make an opening statement and then you can state your position. What do you want to do, sir?
Okay. So what I'm saying, the day I have actually the manager and was in duty with me here, but she can't get it because we got this too late. And then there's nobody, the place is closed and we're not getting the letter for anything they send it to us. So I know you guys send us a couple of letters we don't receive, and the email, what happened, my email was, I got a lot of junk email and my email was rejecting some of the emails. So with this, so the lady is with me on the phone right now here, and because she was the manager in duty, and she explained to me what happened, and she said because she was she have a customer came over there ask for something, but they don't have that, and in the establishment, so she have to go to the other place like up street to us, and she was trying to get those to satisfy the customers. And when she go there, and the person was have the supposed to give authorization was busy doing serving customer.
All right,
So,
Mr. Bart, I don't want to cut you, but the omen is just, you could say that this is what I'm going to do, because you're going into the case. Once the government has presented its case, then you can make the statement that you want to make, and I will ask the government if you have a witness to call. I will ask the government if they have an objection, or if will they allow you, because one of the things I've told each party to do is that if you're going to call documents and witnesses, you should do that 7 days before. But if you have a witness that you want to call, I will ask the government if they have an objection. If they object, I'm not going to allow the witness in. If they do, if they say okay, then I'll allow the person to testify. But if not, you will give your position of the case. Okay, so once the government has presented this case, then I'll have you present your case, because you're going too much into the facts, and that's not what we do during an opening. Okay.
Okay.
But you'll get an opportunity to explain once the government is done. You will listen to their case, and then you'll get an opportunity to explain your position. And if you have a witness, we'll see if you'll be able to call a witness. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Krupke, who's the first witness you wish to call?
The government calls investigator Mark Ruiz to the stand.
Mr. Ruiz, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Mark, M-A-R-K, Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Mr. Ruiz, where do you work?
I work for the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration.
While we talk today, is it okay if I refer to the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration as ABRA?
Yes.
And what do you do at ABRA?
I am an investigator.
What do you do as an investigator?
As an investigator, I inspect and investigate ABC licensed establishments located within the District of Columbia.
Is one of those establishments Costello Restaurant and Lounge?
Yes.
How long have you been an investigator with ABRA?
2 years and 4 months.
And during those 2 years and 4 months, have you visited Costello Restaurant and Lounge?
I have.
How many times?
Maybe a handful, 3 to 4 times that I can remember.
Do you remember visiting on January 25th, 2020?
Yes.
What happened that day?
I believe we received a noise complaint that was assigned to myself and Investigator Miller. We responded to the establishment, walked into the establishment, located a live band playing, also observing patrons sitting and watching the live band, and also appeared to observe what appeared to be bottles of beer on the bar, as well as in a patron's hand, at which time I approached the bar and asked the individual female employee behind the bar if there was an ABC manager or owner available, at which time she stated that this was her first night working, that she was just helping out, and directed me to another individual, a male subject, who then immediately proceeded to enter into the kitchen, calling the owner. I then followed the owner, the subject, through the kitchen to ask him if he was an ABC manager or the owner. He did not answer me right away. He was on the phone talking. I believe he stated he was talking with the owner on the phone. I said, is there anybody here right now that either has an ABC manager's license or is an owner? And he did not, I don't recall him answering me at all.
Approximately what time of day was this?
It was after 10 p.m. That I recall, but prior to them closing for the evening.
How did you determine what time they closed for the evening?
Their ABC license was reviewed, which states that they close at 12 midnight.
Did you ever speak with the manager, an ABC manager or owner at the establishment?
Not on this particular evening.
Did anyone at the establishment say that there was an ABC manager nearby who was not inside the establishment at the time?
I do not recall that.
Sorry, just to clarify, do you not recall whether or not anyone said that?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you observed patrons with alcoholic beverages. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what types of alcoholic beverages you saw?
Appeared to be bottles of beer.
Do you recall
bottles.
what kind of beer they were?
I do not.
Can you explain how you knew they were beer at the time?
They appeared resembled known bottles of beer brands. It appeared that alcohol. I didn't observe. I didn't pick any bottles up to observe closely. It just appeared to be beer.
Did you? I want to ask if at the time did you notice that there were beer brands that you recognized and you just don't recall today, or did you not actually see any brands at the time?
Noticed brands, but I don't recall them today.
Are you familiar with the ABC, with the ABRA report that was authored in this particular case?
I am. I was able to review it.
Did you author that report?
I did not.
I am referring to what has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 1. The government provided these exhibits to the establishment by mail within 7 days. I believe it was mailed out last Wednesday to the establishment. And I'm going to pull that up right now. Am I able to share content?
Ms. Andrews, can you please allow Ms. Krupke to share her content, please?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Ms. Krupke, you can share your screen now.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm sharing the correct thing. Okay. Can you see the case report?
I can.
Okay. And what is this document?
This is a case report drafted by Investigator Miller regarding this violation.
I am going to scroll down to a photograph within this case report, and the government will offer this case report up as evidence later. So this testimony will just be subject to connection of the later investigator's testimony. But I do want to ask Investigator Ruiz about this Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this photograph?
I recognize it as a photo taken inside Costello's.
Is this what Costello Restaurant and Lounge looked like on the day of the violation in this matter?
Yes.
And did you observe patrons? Is this how the patrons appeared at the time?
Yes.
Do you recall if any of the individuals within this photograph were drinking alcohol during the time of the alleged violation?
Looking at the photograph, an individual straight ahead in a yellow and black shirt appears to be holding what looks like a Stella beer.
At the time that you observed the incident in question in this case, did you observe this individual drinking from the bottle that he's holding?
I don't remember.
Did you observe any other individuals drinking alcohol?
I don't recall. I know I walked in to immediately look for an ABC manager, but observed the bottles being held. I didn't notice any consumption.
Okay. And did anyone else in the establishment identify themselves as an owner or manager?
No.
All right. At this time, no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Bott, do you have any questions you want to ask that investigator?
What I want to ask, I see the photograph. When you pull the photograph, who signed the ticket? The ticket you have there. It was a manager or it was who else? That's number one. And number two, and I think
Mr. Bott, let him answer that question first, and then you can move on to your next question, sir.
okay.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Can you ask it again, please?
I said, when you came to the establishment and you see there was a violation, and then you issue a document, and that document was signed by someone from establishment, or it was not?
No citation was issued this evening.
There was no citation. Nothing was signed.
No, not on this evening.
Okay. That's one. On the second thing I want to ask you, you say when they ask you about the drink, the beer, you say you don't remember, you don't. And they ask you if that person was drinking what kind of beer, and if you know what kind of beer, you don't know, and you don't recall.
Correct.
Okay. So those are the two things I wanted to ask, but I got my answer.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Ruiz by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask him a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ruiz.
Good afternoon.
On your visit on this particular date, when there was no ABC manager, according to your testimony, did you do any other Arbor investigation while you were there other than the one they cited him for?
I observed for other violations, but did not note any. Did not observe any at the time.
You said that you were there because of a noise complaint?
Yes.
You know what, did that come from the neighborhood or where did it come from?
I do not know the original origin from the complaint. I believe it was a hotline call.
Okay, you say there was a live band there. Do they have an entertainment endorsement, an EE for this license?
I believe they do.
Okay, thank you. How long did you wait before you realized that there was no manager there and you left?
I believe we were there for roughly 10 to 15 minutes.
And no one explained to you that where the ABC licensed person was?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Bott, do you have any questions of Mr. Ruiz based on the questions that Mr. Short just asked?
No.
All right, thank you. Ms. Krupke, do you have any questions of Mr. Ruiz based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short?
No.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz, for your testimony. All right, thank you. Do you have another witness, ma'am?
Yes. We call investigator Jovan Miller to the stand.
Mr. Miller, can you raise your right hand, please? You need to take, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You're a witness.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Jovan Miller, Jovan. Last name Miller, Miller.
Where do you work?
I work for the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
What's your job title?
Investigator.
What do you do as an investigator with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
I conduct investigations and inspections of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia
How long have you been doing that?
for 2 years and 4 months.
Are you familiar with the establishment, in this case, Omar LLC, trading as Costello Restaurant and Lounge?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with that restaurant?
I visited the establishment due to a noise complaint.
How many times have you visited the establishment?
I visited that establishment twice, actually entering the establishment, but I visited on multiple occasions to try to serve a violation.
Did you visit the establishment on January 25th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember why you visited that day?
I believe we had got a hotline call, and my supervisor asked me and Investigator Ruiz to visit the establishment for a noise complaint.
Did you actually visit the establishment that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What time of the day was that?
This was the late afternoon, a little after 11 p.m. Evening,
Was
sorry.
the establishment open or closed?
Establishment was open.
What happened when you arrived?
When we arrived, being Investigator Ruiz walked inside the establishment, noticed there was a live band playing music. Investigator Ruiz continued to walk to the bar where a female employee was serving alcohol, and we identified ourselves as ABRA investigators and asked for ABC manager and owner, excuse me.
What did the female bartender say in response to your request?
She stated that she was not an ABC manager, and she directed Investigator Ruiz to another gentleman.
Did she say anything else?
No, ma'am. Not that I recall.
Did you speak with any other individuals inside the establishment?
I did not. Investigator Ruiz once directed to the unidentified male. He spoke with them from there, and I just observed the establishment.
Okay. And so I'm trying to understand how you could observe a conversation between Investigator Ruiz and a male employee of the establishment without actually hearing it. Can you elaborate on that?
Investigator Ruiz walked into, I believe it was the kitchen. In the hallway, there is a cutout window, I guess a servitor window, so you can serve food, which I watched to make sure that Investigator Ruiz was okay.
But you didn't actually overhear their conversation?
No, ma'am.
Did anyone else at the establishment identify themselves to you as an owner or ABC manager at the time?
No, ma'am.
And were you ever able to speak with an owner or ABC manager after you left the establishment?
No, ma'am.
And how long did you stay inside the establishment at the time?
Roughly about 10 to 15 minutes.
While you were inside, did you see anyone consuming or purchasing alcohol?
I did.
What type of alcohol were they consuming or purchasing?
The female bartender was serving patrons at tables. There were Heinekens, I believe, and then there were also, I seen her pouring some clear alcohol liquid, I don't remember the brand, into cups, mixing them and bringing them to the patrons.
Were you at the establishment during the establishment's hours of sale?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you determine the hours of sale for Costello Restaurant and Lounge at the time?
We reviewed, me and Investigator Ruiz reviewed the ABC license they had there.
I'm drawing your attention to what has been marked for identification purposes as Government Exhibit 1. I'm going to share that in just a moment. I believe this should be, there we go. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize it as?
This is the case report I wrote for Costello's Restaurant for the violation I observed, well, me and Investigator Ruiz observed.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the case report that you authored in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to scroll all the way down so you can make sure that it all appears correct. Is it a fair and accurate copy?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the government tenders Government's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
So move investigated. It's part of the administrative record, so it's not necessary to move it into evidence, but because it's already into evidence, because it's part of our administrative record. But thank you for that.
I'd like to draw your attention to what has been marked as Exhibit 1 within the case report. So this is actually page 4 of the report. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Who took this photograph?
I did.
Can you explain what the photograph contains?
This is a photograph of patrons holding alcohol, and also the band. Unfortunately, I didn't get a clear picture because patrons were moving. The band was to the left, which has that black area and they're just enjoying the band.
Did you observe any of the individuals within this photograph drinking alcohol?
Yes, ma'am. There is a lady who is standing up next to the lady sitting down. There is a lady behind her who actually was consuming alcohol at that time. And then a gentleman with the yellow. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And then the gentleman with the yellow and black T-shirt on was actually drinking alcohol, but when I took the picture, he had alcohol down.
And how did you determine that these two individuals were drinking alcohol?
When I was observing earlier, when Investigator Ruiz was in the establishment, I walked by and seen the alcohol that they were drinking.
Scrolling down to what has been marked as Exhibit 2 within the case report. So this is page 5 of the report itself. What is this exhibit?
This is Costello's Restaurant and Lounge's ABC license.
How did you obtain this copy of the license?
I took that from Avera's G Drive off L4 Costello's.
And what does this license establish for the hours of sale for Saturday night?
Saturday night, I believe it is 12 a.m.
Did you visit the establishment prior to 12 a.m. that evening on January 25th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that this is a current copy of the ABC license?
On the ABC license, to the bottom left corner, there has an expiration date.
And while you were at Costello Restaurant and Lounge, did anyone inform you that there was an ABC manager or owner nearby, but just not within the establishment?
No, ma'am.
No further questions at this time.
Mr. Barr, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Mr. Miller?
Actually, no, I don't have anything to say to Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller, so how long were you at the establishment?
For about 10 to 15 minutes.
And so you're saying for the 10 to 15 minutes that you were at the establishment, you saw the establishment selling and serving alcohol to patrons, or is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many sales, if any, approximately how many sales did you personally experience, view during that period of time?
Sales, I would say about 1 to 2 from the bartender actually selling the alcohol, but just patrons having alcohol in general, 10 to 12 people.
All right. And so while that was going on, they were consuming the alcohol. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
So whatever happened to the investigation regarding the noise complaint?
We had no ABC manager or owner to get in contact with. I tried on multiple occasions to serve the notice for the violation to the ABC manager or owner. We had no contact in regards back about the violation. When we tried to serve to the violation, the establishment has been closed, and it opened on odd days where investigators would happen to be riding by, and it would be open for a second, but they weren't able to serve it.
No, the question I was asking, what was the agency able to sustain that there was a noise violation? I mean, you were called to go there because there was an alleged noise violation. So I was just trying to find out, was the agency able to sustain that this violation did occur? That's all I was trying to find out.
All right, Chairman. Yes, sir.
So yes, you're able to sustain that there was a noise violation at the establishment. Is that what your testimony?
Yes, sir. When we arrived at the location, we can hear the band as we pulled up.
I mean, you could hear the band. I mean, you could hear the band when you were outside the establishment.
Yes, sir.
Were the doors to the establishment open, or were the doors to the establishment closed?
They were closed.
Were any, to the best of your knowledge and recollection, were any windows to the establishment open?
I do not recall.
What time of year was this again? I'm sorry.
This was, I'm sorry, Chairperson. Give me 1 second. It's been some time. This was in January.
January of what year?
Of 2020.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions by any board members? Mr. Ba, any questions of Mr. Miller based on the questions that I asked him, sir?
Yes, my question to Mr. Miller here is when he said, did he know exactly what time he get there?
We arrived at 11:25 p.m.
11 p.m. Okay, the establishment is supposed to close at midnight, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you say when you come in, you hear the music, the band playing.
Yes, sir. When I'm outside of the establishment, I hear the band playing. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you was on the yard, or you was in the property yard, or you was in the street when you hear that?
We were parked on the street, sir.
In the street.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was the first time you have been in Castello for noise?
For myself, yes, sir.
And when you say there was no citation issue in that day, particular day?
No, sir. We cannot issue a violation to establishment if there is no ABC manager or owner. That's when we usually come back to serve the violation.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you. Ms. Krupke, do you have any questions to ask of Mr. Miller based on the questions that I'd asked?
No, thank you.
Does the government rest?
We do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Barr, do you have any witnesses you want to or you can now make an opening statement, and then you can give your side of the story. So what I will do. So tell me, how do you plan to defend your case, sir?
I mean, I have the manager on the phone with me, which is she tell me what happened that particular day. She says she came in.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Are you trying for her to testify, or are you telling us what is it that she says? Which one is it?
What she said to me. I don't know if are you still on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, she's still in the phone here.
So you want her to testify?
I mean, if you're willing to let her tell you her story, that will be, okay for me.
Ms. Krupke, one of the things I've made perfectly clear to all parties is that 7 days before the hearing, they're supposed to disclose documents and witnesses that they're going to call upon. Mr. Ba wants to call it a witness, but it's not my understanding that he has informed us 7 days prior to. So I am not inclined to allow the person to testify unless this is something that the government consents to.
The government does not consent.
All right, so Mr. Ba, the person cannot testify. However, what I will do is that I will, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, sir. Tell me whatever you want to tell us. Tell the board whatever you want to tell the board.
Okay, according to the manager, and she stepped out to get, because there was a customer asking for some liquor we don't have in the establishment, and she go to next door to borrow some bottle. And before she came back, Abra investigator was in the establishment, and they asked her to show her, she says to show her identification, and then she showed them the identification, and that's what she told me. That's what happened. And she was there when there was, until they left the establishment.
Is that all you want to, is that all you have to say? You have anything else you want to say, sir?
Yeah, that's according to what she tell me. This is exactly what she tell me, and that's why I transmit. I wish if you let her explain to herself, it won't be from me. It will be from her. But because they refuse, they say she cannot. They don't allow her to testify. So that's what she tell me.
All right, fine. Is there anything else you want to say to defend yourself, your establishment?
I mean, there's nothing else I can say, but about the noise complaint, I can tell you I own not just that place. I have other establishment in DC. The noise complaint is happening. People, I have a neighborhood who don't like us to be there. I mean, that's one of the problem. And I've been through this before, even in other different establishment. One day I remember I have a Abra investigation sitting in my place, and I pull all the document to them and I give it to them. They was reviewing the license and from the establishment and the occupancy, and see one of the investigators got a call from Abra, and we was sitting at the table, and she tell me, Mr. Ba, I gotta take this call. I need to go, because there was music. She moved from us. She go to a couple of steps down, and then she took the call, and she was speaking to her boss from Abra. They say there is a problem in this establishment, and then she say, I'm in the place right now, and and then they tell her, okay, can you check any other doors, if there's any other door there is open? And she asked me, she came back to me and the table, she asked me, I was sitting there with another investigator, and then she asked me to show her the back door because she want to make sure there's a door open or window. And I take her to the back door, we look at it, she saw the door was closed. She said, do you know who called me? And I said, no, I don't know. She said, this is my boss called me to say they got a complaint, there's a problem at your establishment. And I say, okay, you see what's going on? This is the problem we have.
Do you have anything else to say, sir?
No, that's all.
All right. Ms. Krupke, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions of him?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Barr, who is this person we say was the ABC manager?
It's a Kisa.
How you spell that, sir?
It's Kissa. Oh, I'm sorry?
Sir, Mr. Barr, Mr. Barr.
Yes.
You're testifying. I don't need her to testify. I don't need her to tell me how to spell her name. You need to spell her name to me to the best of your knowledge and ability, sir. She's your employee.
Okay.
So what's her name?
Kisa.
How you spell that?
What I know is I write down and because I don't have her document with me here, and I just put the Kissa. Kissa.
Kissa. Kissa. Kissa. And how long has she been working with you, sir?
She worked for me for almost a year.
No, I'm sorry. This happened on January 25th, 2020. On January 25th, 2020, this is when this incident occurred. How long was she working for you prior to that date?
I think for maybe another 3 months, 2 months, 2 months.
So she was working 2 to 3 months prior to January of 2020. Is that correct?
I think so.
And so you're saying she was the ABC manager?
Yes.
Now, where was she? Was she what was she the bartender? Who was she was she the bartender?
She bartender too, but she's the manager and duty.
So how many employees do you have work? How many do you remember? How many employees did you have working that night?
That night, I don't know exactly because I don't make the schedule for that day, particular day, but usually we have at least 4 or 5 people working on the inside.
So how many bartenders did you have that day?
I'm sorry?
How many bartenders did you have that day?
I think it might be 2, her and then the other girl.
And the other woman, how long was she working for your establishment?
Actually,
at that time, was that her first night?
I'm not. No, I mean, I'm not sure if that was her first day. I can't tell because I'm not the one who hire her, because I have them take that responsibility. If they find good people to hire, they can hire and they can send me the report.
Right. So you stated that she was there when the investigators wrote the ticket. When the investigators was there. Explain that. That's what you said. You said she was there. So explain that, sir.
Okay, well, according to what she tell me, and she say she left the establishment because they have a high demand stuff and we was missing something. And she go to next door because what happened when they short something, they go to next door and they borrow like one or two borrow, whatever they missing for that particular day. And then when we make an order and then they return it what they borrow from the next door. So she go to the other place next door to us, and she go there and she wait because the person was bad. I guess they don't have a lot of people working, and he was busy, so it took her time to get the bottle and to come back to the establishment. But she said when she came back, and she was there. She saw her ID, Abra ID manager license, and then and then all the document was signed by from Redlawn. She's the one who signed them. She said, "How can they tell me I'm not there and I'm the one who signed the paper?"
So, so you're saying that she signed the paper on when did she sign the paper? On January 20th or when? When did she sign it?
I don't exactly. I just call her now to be on, try to put her on the video, but I can't. So
She can't be on the video, sir. You're testifying. It's your business. I'm asking you a question. The question I'm asking you, like, the investigator said that there was both investigators stated that they came to the establishment. They spoke to the bartender. The bartender said that this was probably her first night and referenced them to a male. One of the investigators went in the kitchen and spoke to the male. The male called somebody. But so how can she then, how was she there? Did she identify herself to any of the investigators as an ABC manager? Because you're saying that she was there and they took her ID. So what night was this?
that's why I'm trying. I tell you, I was gonna put her here so she can explain. And because I don't ask her all these questions, all I ask her, do you remember what happened that day? She said, yes. Can you testify when if I call you to connect you with the Abra? She said, yes. And that's all. That's the only thing I know. But because I was not there particularly myself, but all I can take what she tell me.
But you're not telling me what she told you, sir. I'm asking you a basic question about your business, and you're telling me I don't know because she didn't tell me. I didn't ask her. This happened over almost a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
It's your business.
What she tell me, I'm sorry. What she tell me, she said about she left the establishment to go to get something, and she came back. Abra was there, and then she present her card. They asked her to show them the manager license, and then she did.
How long was she gone from the establishment for? Did she say how long she was gone for?
She tell me is the average because I think she tell me 10 minutes. Yeah, I think she tell me 10 minutes.
Mr. Krupke, I'm sorry. Any other questions of Mr. Bob by any board members?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question, please.
Yes, Mr. Short, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. I'd like, Mr. Barr, I would like to ask you, are you aware as a ABC licensee and owner that you can't buy alcohol from another retail store? You cannot buy a bottle from another store to sell at your place?
Yeah, actually, see, this is happening sometime we switch. I mean, we borrow the next because that place is establishment have a liquor license too. What happened when we short something, we go ask the manager to give us bottle maybe or 2 bottle, and then when you make your order, you go back and return them. It's a that's how we do it in rest. Even food sometimes.
Again, Mr. Barr, do you know that that's illegal, that you cannot do that? How long have you been doing that?
No, I don't know that before, Mr. Chairman. I don't.
Mr. Barr, how long have you had this establishment?
That establishment for like 4 years.
Do you remember coming before this board when the community protested you? Do you
Yes,
remember that?
I did.
What was their protest about?
There was protesting about having a license, having hour. It was about the hour.
Did anybody bring up to you at that time? And I was on the board at that time, and I do remember you. You're right at the corner of George and Hamilton, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And on Hamilton Street, right behind your establishment, the neighbors, about 5 or 6 of them, said they were worried that you were going to have loud noise coming from your business. And what did you say in result to that to our board?
I said to them, I'm gonna manage. But when it comes to the noise, I explained to you, and there was a lady there. She really I have a problem with her, and then from that day, she always keep calling for nonsense. You know, we got Abra came over there a couple of times. They said we don't hear no noise, and when we leave again, she keep calling, and it's happening, and not just for that establishment. This is happening everywhere.
Okay, but let's just keep talking about your establishment for right now. So do you have an entertainment endorsement on your license?
Yes, I did.
Did you ask for one when you got your license?
Yes, I did.
What conditions were put on your license about noise and about the EE or entertainment endorsement?
Is to make sure you don't disturb the neighbor with the noise.
And wasn't it that you shouldn't be able to hear the music outside of your building?
If you open the window or you open the door, you can hear. But the thing is, you can hear when you come to the side of the building inside our yard. When there's somebody open the door to go outside, or somebody coming in, always the music, the noise come out a little bit.
Okay, I'm just one board member, and again, I was here 4 years ago when you applied, and the neighbors were worried that you were going to have loud bands, and you have an outside area, but that's not connected to your inside area. So I think your endorsement even said you can't play outside, so you didn't want people could not hear music outside of your establishment. So would you consider that a violation if people could hear the music outside of your establishment?
I mean, but it's not like the music going outside, but is happening only maybe when somebody open the door to come in. When they open the door, you can hear a little bit, and then when the door close back, and then it go in, it stay in.
But this will be my last question. If you're not there to superintend and take care of your business at your establishment, and your ABC manager has gone down the street to buy alcohol from another establishment,
No.
Who was in charge when she went down the street to get the bottles?
To borrow, to go to next door, say, okay, let me borrow from you 1 bottle, and then when I get my delivery order and I bring it back, that bottle to give it to you.
I'll repeat my question. When they're gone for 10 or 15 minutes down the street to get 2 bottles, who is in charge of your establishment when they're gone?
I have another guy there, the security guy, he's the manager. He's supposed to be taken care of when she's not there. Basically, that's what we usually.
But does that security person have an ABC license or a manager's license?
He tell me he has one. but I never saw it. But he tell me he have one.
Okay, so do you check, and when you're away, to make sure that whoever you leave in charge has an ABC license or ABC manager's license?
Yes, I know that she have the girl. I saw her license and I saw she has.
Last question. When she came back in and identified herself to the investigators, and they did not give her a ticket to sign because they cannot give a to anybody other than an ABC manager or an owner to sign for the violation. So what date is on the violation that you claim she signed the same day that she was there? What date is on that violation you received?
I don't. That's what I will see if she could testify herself, because I don't know exactly the day, but I saw myself a text message. They sent it to me. If there was something. It said the violation, and I said I want to know if he exactly what she said. They came over there. They were even Abra when they left that place. They came to my other establishment. They see me. They say I came to you other place, and I remember they say I came over there. Somebody tell me he was the owner, and I tell them, listen, don't listen to him. He's not the owner. He's the head of security, and also he's managing the place for me. But he's not the owner. So when they came and they tell me that, and then I call him and I tell him, I say, listen, when Abra come over there, don't tell them you the owner, because that's gonna make everything messed up, confused, because they consider you as an owner, and then there's a lot of things going on with this license, and you cannot tell them you the owner and then you're not the owner. So he tell me it's okay. He's not gonna do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Mr. Chair, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Krupke, any questions you want to ask of Mr. Ball based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, I'm wondering, when did you hire this woman named Keisha?
She been it's like before we close, I know she been there at least for 9 months. You know, like average maybe 8 or 9 months with us.
And you're saying that your establishment is closed?
It's closed, yes.
What is Keisha's last name?
Oh, I can't remember. I'm sorry. I can't remember. I got too much in my head. I will see if I know this, because the problem I have, I don't know this hearing until yesterday. So I don't prepare myself to get, you know, to get information, nothing, you know, it just pop up yesterday on my face, say you have to be on the hearing. And I say, can we change it? They say, no, we cannot change. So I was not ready for this thing, to be honest with
All
you.
right, Mr. Bond, no further questions. Thank you.
I just have a question, Mr. Barr. Do you plan to reopen? Are you plan to reopen Costello's?
Yes, I have my friend, because my lease was finished, and then I was trying to give it back. I go to the landlord, I say, okay, I have too many problems in this place, and I'm trying to close it. But the landlord say, okay, if you want to close it. The same time, I got a friend of mine came to me, say, okay, I want to, if you want to close it, I want to work with you, and I take over, and then I can reopen the place. And I say, okay, and we go to the landlord, we talk about it, and then the landlord say, okay, I can still give you guys opportunity for for a couple of years. on the list, and then he signed the list. He tell me he wanna keep he wanna get the license from me, and I said okay, no, because I was willing to take the license back to Abra. He said no, I wanna keep the license because I want you to give me the license so I can reopen. Right now they're doing some renovation inside, so he still want the license.
So are you planning to, planning to transfer the license to him?
Yes.
Can you make sure you talk to Abra about what is it you plan to do, sir? Like
Yes.
tomorrow? Can
Yes.
you call Abra tomorrow, sir?
Yes,
And
I
have
can.
a conversation with licensing and tell them, ask for Karen Jackson, let her know what you're trying to do, and let her walk you through the process, sir.
I talked to her yesterday. By the way, she's the one who called me to tell me about this hearing.
All right.
Then
I just want to make sure what you just stated. I need you to talk to her about what you're planning to do, because I want to make sure that you don't get yourself in trouble.
Okay.
I don't want to see you again.
Okay.
So because you stated something, you sound like you're going to get yourself in trouble. So I need you to call Karen Jackson back. Tell her what is going on, and she will let you know what is it you need to do. All right?
Okay.
Okay. All right. I apologize for I was asking a simple question. I didn't realize it was going to get that elongated. In light of what I just said, Ms. Krupke, I realized, do you have any questions you want to ask him? I apologize. I just had to ask that question.
I don't have any questions, but when he's finished, I would like to make a representation to the board based on something that he has said.
All right, that's fine. All right. Do you have anything else you want to say, Mr. Bob? Do you, is that the extent of your case? What is it? Is that the extent of your case?
Yeah, I mean, my plan basically right now is to transfer the license to him, and that's all.
All right. All right, Miss Cook, you say you want what you said you want to do? What is it you want to do, ma'am?
Yes. So Mr. Ba referenced that he just found out about the hearing yesterday. And so I just want to put on the record that the government has tried extensively to contact Mr. Ba over the past couple of months. As you may recall, this case actually was set for 2 separate status hearings to allow for additional attempts at service and to get in contact with Mr. Ba. I personally sent emails to no fewer than 3 email addresses on file. I actually believe that there were more than that, and called phone numbers, at least 4 of them, and eventually was able to reach his wife through a number that a colleague had for a different establishment. So the government did make extensive efforts to make him aware of this hearing, and so I just wanted to put that on the record.
All right, thank you for the representation, ma'am. All right. All right, do you wish to make a closing argument? A closing statement, I'm sorry.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
All right, members of the board, thank you for your time today. As you heard from Mr. Ba himself, and you heard from the ABRA investigators, at the time of this incident on January 25th, 2020, there was no ABC owner or manager present on the premises as required by the statute. And so first, we heard from investigators Miller and Ruiz that when they visited, they first approached the bartender and asked for an ABC owner or manager, and were informed that she was not an ABC owner or manager. Then investigator Ruiz spoke with the second male employee there, and he also was not an ABC owner or manager. And so the investigators did ask the question of whether there were any other owners or managers present, and were told no, there were not. At no time was any representation made to the investigators that there was an ABC manager present nearby. But even if that representation had been made, the manager's presence at a nearby establishment does not meet the requirements of the statute. And so I'll just remind the board members that the statute, DC Code 25-701A11, requires that an establishment's owner or board-approved manager shall be present on the premises at all times during the establishment's hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages. And here, the testimony is actually established all three have been met, that the hours of sale were identified within the government's Exhibit 1 and were proven that the establishment's hours of sale ended at 12 o'clock midnight that night. And we heard from the investigators that this violation occurred somewhere around 11 p.m. or 11:20 p.m. that evening. Additionally, we heard from the investigators that the establishment was in the process of serving alcoholic beverages at the time, and that patrons were observed consuming alcoholic beverages at the time. And finally, I just want to again note that Mr. Bott admitted the violation because even under his own testimony, should the board credit his testimony, the manager that he alleges was nearby was not actually on the premises at the time. And I would caution the board against crediting this testimony because we did hear from the investigators that they didn't speak with anyone else, but yet somehow Mr. Baugh claims that this manager came back and showed her ID, yet nowhere in the report is it referenced that this person was there. The testimony does not show that this person was there. And so the facts simply show that this ABC manager was not there that night. And so the government asks for a penalty commensurate with the statute for this particular violation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Baugh, this is a closing statement. What is it you want the board? What is it you want the board to do, sir?
This is very hard for me because it's, my witness cannot be on the thing. You know, I mean, to say that what happened. So me, I was not there. So the only thing I can take is what they tell me. So, but there was a manager. One thing I know that I have a manager there, but if we now they say there was no manager there, because I know there is a signature copy. They send it to me with citation from Abra. That's why I don't understand when there is citation and she signed the citation. I saw the copy of that before. I saw the copy where she signed citation to say no manager and duty. I say, okay, if they say no manager and duty, why she signed? They make her sign. So that's one thing I don't understand. But since I don't have anything from top of me, I mean, there's nothing I can. Like I say, I was not prepared for this, you know, because I got a call from Miss Jackson yesterday, and she tell me I have to be on the hearing today. So there is nothing else, you know, I can do. So that was it.
All right, sir. The record is now closed. All right. I'm going to officially close the hearing. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 CMP 00059 Costello, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 20 CMP 00059 Costello's for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Sprocket.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree, as it appears that the motion has passed 6-0. I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. I want to thank the parties for their participation here today. and the board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much. And once again, I am reminding you, Mr. Ba, that you contact Karen Jackson. You said you have her phone number, but you contact Ms. Karen Jackson at, hold on.
I have them.
Well, I know you said you have it, but I'm making sure, 202-478-1389. You stated you're gonna transfer the licensor, and I had a hearing this morning on somebody else who transferred, who sold the business and transferred the license, and I do not wanna have a hearing on you, and this potential person you're gonna transfer the license to. So I need you to contact Ms. Jackson and speak to her. Let her know what it is that you want to do, and the agency will instruct you, sir. Our job at this agency is not to write tickets and fine you in violation of the law. Our job is to work with you to ensure that you comply with the procedures of the law. And the agency will walk you through the process. If you don't know what to do, the agency will help you and show you what you want, what you need to do, so you do not run that you comply with the law. Do you hear, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ba. Thank you, Ms. Cruppy. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye. All right. Our next case, show cause hearing, our next case is case number 19, CMP 00203, District Anchor, license number 100517. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams have been elevated. Investigator Glasgow, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I see that the licensee is not here. I'll have the parties introduce themselves. And all right, so let's start with Mr. Adams. Can you please state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Walter Adams, and I'm representing the District of Columbia. Walter is spelled W-A-L-T-E-R, and Adams is spelled A-D-A-M-S.
Mr. Adams, I see that the licensee is not on the line today. Have you had any contact, and do you know what the licensee was served?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have not had any contact with the licensee themselves. It appears that the establishment, which is District Anchor, has been closed and not operating for a period, unspecified period of time. However, under 23 DCMR 1611.1, the licensee was properly served at by certified mail at their last address. As we have it, the email, it was mailed to them by certified mail on May 13th, 2021, and it was sent specifically to the owner, Mr. Patrick Moreau. And I'll ask the board to take administrative notice that if it was sent on May 13th, that today would be 34 days after it was after the certified mail was sent.
All right, thank you. All right. So is the government willing and able to move forward ex parte?
The government is willing, ready, and able to move forward ex parte as well. And just to let you know, Mr. Chairman, we also have 2 witnesses who are currently on the line as well.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Thank
I
you,
apologize.
I just want to make sure since the licensee is not there, that the record is clear and correct why the licensee is not here. All right, thank you for that, Mr. Adams. Okay, so pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25-447, the board has the authority to proceed ex parte when the licensee waives the hearing or fails to appear unless the hearing is extended for good and sufficient cause. The board's records reflected that the licensee was properly served by certified mail on May 13th, 2021. Seeing no licensee here today and having no good and sufficient cause to extend the hearing, the board will proceed with the show cause hearing. Mr. Adams, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Mr. Chairman, the district chooses to waive an opening statement for this hearing.
All right, do you have a witness, sir?
Yes, actually, we have two witnesses. It'll be Ms. Glasgow, Road Glasgow, and Mr. Kevin Puente. And I'd like to call Ms. Glasgow first.
Ms. Glasgow.
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Glasgow, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Rhoda Glasgow, RHODA GLASGOW.
And Ms. Glasgow, you are employed by the District of Columbia government?
Yes, I am.
And that's with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
Yes, I am.
And your position is as an investigator?
I'm an investigator and I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishments in the District of Columbia.
How long have you been in that role?
About 2 years and about 4 months.
Are you familiar with an establishment known as District Anchor?
Yes, I am.
And in general, how are you familiar with this establishment?
I visited the establishment on October 31st, 2019.
And based upon your visit on October 31st, 2019, did you conduct an investigation on that day?
Yes, I did.
Did you complete a report as part of that investigation?
Yes, I did.
I would like to, Mr. Chairman, if I can have permission to share screen.
Ms. Andrews, can you please allow Mr. Adams to share his screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Adams, you can share your screen now.
Thank you. And pardon me, I'm just trying to make sure I have the right thing. Okay. All right, Ms. Glasgow, I am sharing with you a document. Do you recognize the document?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to scroll down just so that you can see the whole thing. And, by the way, is it large enough to be
Yes,
seen?
it is. It's fine.
And pour some indulgence. And how do you recognize this document, Ms. Glasgow?
Yes, I do recognize it.
How do you recognize it?
I completed the report.
And so it is the case report that you completed as based upon this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is a true and accurate representation of the case report that you completed on, I apologize, on November 7th, 2019?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's already entered into record, but we just want to make sure that is Exhibit 1 is on the record as evidence for the district.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. By operation of law, the case report is a part of the administrative record.
All right. So, Ms. Glasgow, turn back to October 31st, 2019. You stated that that you did conduct an investigation of District Anchor on that evening, correct?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so explain to the board, I guess you arrived there about 10:35 p.m. on October 31st?
Yes.
Okay, and so what caused you to observe District Anchor on that night?
Well, we were monitoring the Golden Triangle area, and we saw individuals going in and out, and we can see through. Myself and investigator Puente can see through the glass, the exterior of the building towards the inside, and we saw people dancing in there.
So when we so once you and Mr. Puente made the observation, I mean, did you stop for any particular reason once you observed people inside the establishment?
Yes, the establishment was on the cease and desist list, so we figured that they should not be operating or at least selling or serving alcohol. So at that point, we contacted the supervisor on duty as supervisory investigator John Fiorentine and asked if their cease and desist was still in effect.
What did supervisory investigator Fiorentine tell you and Mr. Puente?
He confirmed that they still were within, they do have a cease and desist, and they should not be operating. They should not be selling or serving alcohol.
And so in terms of the cease and desist order, when was the cease and desist order issued?
According to SI Fiorentine, it was issued on October 23rd, 2019.
And it was also served upon the establishment?
Yes.
And it was served upon the establishment on October 23rd as well?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to just ask you to scroll down to what is page 5 of the exhibit, which is, I believe, exhibit 1 of the investigative report.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I don't see your report on my screen.
Oh, so let me share my screen again. Pardon me. Try and get board's indulgence. I'm getting used to how we do things and who sees what. Okay, so Miss Glasgow, do you see my screen now?
Yes, I do.
All right. So this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is exhibit 1 of the investigative report, correct?
That is correct.
And this is the order for cease and desist, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this order is, and why was this order issued?
Because they did not pay their renewal fees for their license.
And specifically, they didn't pay their renewal fees by September 30th of 2019?
That is correct.
And so because they didn't pay their renewal fee by that time, what was the effect of their license, or was the status of their license at that point?
Well, the cease and desist stipulates that they're not supposed to sell or serve alcohol when their license is expired.
Is it fair to say that the license was sorry, you said it expired. I need to listen. All right, and I'm going to scroll down to exhibit 2. This is on top of it says that it's the board's personal service form, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, and you state that it was that the actual order to cease and desist was also served on October 23rd, correct?
Yes, it is.
And I noticed that at the bottom there are signatures. Can you explain these signatures and why they're there?
This is basically the service form saying that we served you the cease and desist. You are not to operate, and this is a confirmation that the person receiving the cease and desist signature to the top. They're actually the ABC manager's information to the top, his signature, his phone number, and his email address, confirming that he did receive a cease and desist from us.
And then furthermore, underneath it, there's an attestation from, I believe, was investigator Prout, correct?
That is correct.
And that attestation just states that I affirm that the establishment was personally served by me, correct?
That is correct.
So who signed this on for the establishment? Who acknowledged receiving the cease and desist order?
The ABC manager, Mr. Paul Kokusis.
Okay, thank you. For now, I'm going to stop sharing the screen. All right, so once you and Investigator Puente were aware that the cease and desist order was in effect and that it was served on October 23rd, what occurred at that point?
So Investigator Puente advised me, instructed me to go in the establishment to confirm that they were not selling alcohol or they were selling alcohol. So I went in. When I got to the door, I entered the establishment. I did not present myself as an ABER investigator at that time. I just went in. No one was at the door to stop me or anything. So I went in and I observed alcohol. The first thing I observed actually was the ABC manager pouring drinks from behind the bar and shots. I continued to walk around the establishment, and there was a second bar, and I saw a patron sitting at the bar with alcohol in their possession.
Now, first of all, approximately how many patrons were in the establishment at the time you entered?
I would say around 50 or less, around that amount. There was a lot of space in the area because it's a big space, it's a big establishment, so it was not crowded.
Now, you state that you saw the ABC manager pouring drinks, correct?
That is correct.
And how did you know that person to be the ABC manager?
When we return, as I exit the establishment and advised supervisory investigator Fiorentine that they were indeed serving alcohol, he told us that he was on his way over there, and when he arrived, we went back into the establishment, presented ourselves as ABER investigators, and Mr. Kokusas identified himself as the ABC manager.
And that's the same person who signed the service form?
That is correct.
So, provide a bit of a description. You stated that there was one patron who was drinking alcoholic beverages. Were there any other people drinking alcoholic beverages that you can see?
Yes, there were like 4 or 5 people sitting at the bar drinking alcoholic beverages. There were people dancing with alcoholic beverages in their hands.
And how did you know or surmise that these were alcoholic beverages?
Some of them were beers, clearly displayed as Corona or Heineken. There were mixed drinks from personal experience, and from what I saw the ABC manager was making from behind the bar, it matches what I saw in the patron's possession.
And we're saying that the ABC manager, I'm going to say Mr. Kolkustis, that he was making drinks. Can you describe what he was doing specifically, or do you remember?
He was, when I walked in and saw him, he was actually pouring, I think it was tequila shots in shot glasses and opening beer bottles.
So, considering that the suspension was in place, when an ABC establishment or ABC licensee is in a suspended status, where is the alcoholic beverages supposed to be?
It's supposed to be hidden away or covered up or locked away.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I think I interrupted you, but they're supposed to be hidden away, stored, and locked up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where were the alcoholic beverages for this establishment?
It was behind the bar, displayed openly, all over the bar, actually.
And after you made your observations on an undercover basis, you state that you left and later returned with investigators Puente and Fiorentine, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So once you returned, what happened at that point?
when we re-entered the establishment, Mr. S.I. Fiorentine and Investigator Puente stepped outside with the ABC manager, Mr. Conclusus, and advised him that he was not supposed to be selling or serving alcohol at that time.
Okay. And what did you do?
I was actually there when they first started speaking. I was taking pictures of the alcohol display from behind the bar and patrons, and then I joined them outside while they were speaking with Mr. Conclusus.
Was there anything, based upon your knowledge, was there anything that was significant from the conversation with Mr. Colclusis, or yes?
I did actually hear him say that he had filed for bankruptcy, and his lawyer advised him that he can sell alcohol.
All right. Now, and all right, and was anything else said to him at that time?
Yes, he also said that he spoke with the director of ABRA, Mr. Mosali, and advised him about what was going on. He didn't give details of his conversation with Mr. Mosali, or at least I didn't hear that part, but he did say that he spoke with the director regarding his bankruptcy and serving alcohol.
All right. So I'm going to direct your attention back to your exhibit. So I'm going to share screen again. So you state that you took photographs inside the establishment. This is after you had identified yourself along with your colleagues to the establishment, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So let's I'll go through this as quickly as possible. There's about I'm trying to do my quick math, 11 photographs as part of your exhibit.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to exhibit 3 of your investigative report. What is the content of this photograph?
This photograph depicts alcohol behind the bar with the serving tip on it.
All right. And based upon your knowledge, when you say alcoholic beverages, are these specifically liquors and whiskeys and things of that sort?
That is correct.
Turning to exhibit number 4, what's the content? Can you describe contents here?
This is more alcoholic beverages with beers chilled in buckets to the bottom of the floor of the bar, and more alcoholic beverages on the shelf of the bar.
And when you're saying specifically in terms of beers, I see 2 white buckets within this photograph. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Turning to exhibit number 5, can you describe the contents of what's in exhibit number 5?
This picture shows patrons sitting at the bar drinking alcohol.
And I assume 6 is pictures of bottles of alcohol. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
As well as exhibit 7.
Yes.
And these are all like within on the back of the bar within reach of both Mr. Colclusis and potentially patrons.
Yes.
All right, and exhibit 8. Can you describe the contents for this?
This picture shows patrons sitting at the bar with alcoholic beverages in their possession in front of them.
Okay, 9, exhibit 9.
Beers stored. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
This picture shows beers being chilled in white buckets at the floor of the bar.
Exhibit 10, is that the same?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 11, is that a different location or is it pretty much the same location?
It's the same location.
Okay, and I see there's some beers in the cooler and other alcoholic beverages.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. 12, exhibit 12, can you describe what that is?
That is beers chilled in a cooler. It's stacked in a cooler.
All right. Exhibit 13.
This picture shows an opal bottle of wine in ice, basically in a cooler with more alcoholic beverages on display.
And lastly, Exhibit 14, is that essentially the full extent of, were both bars open and operating that time?
Yes, both bars were open.
And so which bars is represented in this photograph?
This is the first bar closer to the entrance.
And it's hard to really describe this, but it's fair to say this isn't just a few bottles, that this is a fully stocked bar with over 20 some odd alcoholic beverages available. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing the screen. Outside of the photographs that you presented, and that you've discussed and presented here, were there any other conversations or any other dialogue that you were aware of with the establishment regarding their knowledge of the suspension and why they were operating?
No, that conversation was mostly between SI Fiorentine and Investigator Puente.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. Glasgow.
Any questions of the members, by the members of Ms. Glasgow? Thank you, Ms. Glasgow, for your testimony. Do you have another witness, Mr.?
Yes, Mr. Yes, Chairman. Briefly, Investigator Puente.
Mr. Puente, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Your witness, Mr. Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Puente. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kevin Puente, Kevin Puente.
And Mr. Puente, you are an investigator employed by the District of Columbia's Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in terms of October 31st, 2019, you also observed that District Anchor was open operating on that night?
Yes.
And you're the one who confirmed with Supervisor Investigator Fiorentine that the cease and desist order was in effect?
Yes.
All right. So did you have an occasion to go inside the establishment yourself, Mr. Puente?
Yes, myself and SI John Fiorentine and Investigator Glasgow went inside.
And were your observations regarding the establishment's, I guess, compliance with the board's order, was it similar to what Ms. Glasgow saw?
Yes, I observed people in there drinking alcohol, bartenders making alcoholic beverages, acting like a regular night.
And you had occasion to actually speak with someone who's was employed by the establishment?
Yes, spoke with ABC manager Paul Kokuskis.
Right. And so, so describe your conversations with Mr. Kokuskis.
Yes, me and SI Fiorentine spoke with him. We advised him that the cease and desist order was issued the week prior because the establishment has not renewed their liquor license, and they had the cease and desist till they renew it and pay all the fines. Mr. Kokuskis said that his lawyer said they can operate still because they filed bankruptcy and got permission from the Abbott director to operate. SI John Fiorentine said if that was the case, the Abbott director would have notified the enforcement division, and only the ABC board can lift the cease and desist order.
And had you had any advisories from the Abbott director that the establishment could be open and operating?
Oh no, SI John Fiorentine checked the next day when we were back in the office, and he said there was no such contact made.
And was there, in terms of this, was there any response to this, to Mr. Kokuskis once he made this statement about the bankruptcy and you already spoke with the permission, but in terms of bankruptcy, was there any response to him about the bankruptcy?
Oh yeah, I remember SI Fiorentine told him that that bankruptcy doesn't really affect the ABC board's rulings, and the cease and desist order was still in effect.
All right, and did he understand that there was a cease and desist order that was provided to him prior to October 31st?
Yes.
And the essentially, in order to get out from a cease and desist, what did the establishment have to do?
They had to come in and renew their liquor license. It was a nightclub license. It expired September 30th that year. He had to renew that, pay the fees, and pay all the fines and late fees that were associated with it.
And did they do that after your visit?
Yes, we were notified that the next day on November 1st, they came in and paid everything and renewed their license.
And those are my only questions for you, Mr. Ponce.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Any questions by any board members of Mr. Puente? All right, thank you, Mr. Puente, for your testimony. Does the government have any other? Does the government have any other witnesses?
No, Mr. Chairman, the government rests this case.
All right, thank you. The record is now closed. Do you wish to make a closing statement, Mr. Adams?
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, essentially the facts are very straightforward, that this licensee essentially just intentionally failed to comply with the terms of the board's order, which required it to cease and desist in the operations and providing of liquor or alcoholic beverages to its patrons. Obviously, October 31st is Halloween, and for whatever reason they decided to continue their operations. Is of significant, outside of just the very basic facts right here, that the cease and desist order was served 7 days prior to October 31st, or 8 days prior to October 31st, and that not only was the establishment open operating, they had a multitude of alcoholic beverages provided to patrons that have patrons, casually or acting as if there's a normal operations. And in fact, the thing that's also significant in this case is that the actual order was served upon the ABC manager, Mr. Paul Koukousis, and he was the very same person who was openly and flagrantly operating in disregard of the board order, despite the excuses that were made. And obviously, as Mr. Puente has testified, there were no exceptions made based upon the financial situation of the establishment, and there were no evidence that this establishment was given any exception by ABRA's director to operate as it did. So based upon the very clear evidence and the intentionality shown by the establishment, I ask that the issue maximum punishment penalty against the licensee based upon the two charges that I have.
You said the maximum. That's what you're saying. That's all you said.
Maximum in this case. Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, yes, Mr. Chairman. In this case, it's a second primary tier offense. So at minimum, that it'll be a $4,000 fine. And I leave it to the board's discretion for any other penalties that the board intends to issue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Adams. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 19 CMP 00203 District Anchor, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 19 CMP 00203 District Anchor for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574 B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board Conference Room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Adams, and this matter is closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00021, District Winery. It's Anna Restaurant and Bar, license number 98684. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee? I believe this case is Mr. Adams is the counsel for the government, so I need you to please elevate the rights of the counsel and whatever witnesses that they might have.
Mr. Klein, the rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. All right, this is a show cause hearing for this matter. Would the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Let's start with Mr. Adams, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Walter Adams, representing the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adams. Mr. Klein, please identify your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andrew Klein on behalf of the licensee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klein. Is the licensee here? Will the licensee be joining us, or you're just representing the licensee?
If Mr. Leventhal or Mr. Connor are here, I'm not sure whether they're joining us. I think they are not.
If they're if they're on, could you please identify yourself in the chat, and then Ms. Andrews will elevate your rights. So please, if you're on, please identify yourself in the chat, and Ms. Andrews will elevate your rights. So if there's someone else on the line who wishes and needs to participate in the District Winery and a Restaurant and Bar matter, please identify yourself in the chat, and your rights will be elevated. All right, this is a show cause hearing. It's a full show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters?
There's preliminary matter, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Klein should probably present it. Actually, I'll defer to Mr. Klein to discuss the preliminary matter.
And what is the preliminary matter, Mr. Klein?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the respondent, the licensee, will stipulate to the facts in the report, does not concede liability. There are serious questions concerning the constitutionality of the provision under which the government seeks to impose liability in this case. We would reserve our right to file proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, although with the board's permission, Mr. Adams and I thought it might be more efficient and better elucidate the issues if we handle this as a traditional briefing situation, where rather than simultaneously filing proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, the applicant would file its legal argument concerning the constitutionality. The government would respond, and we would reply. In terms of findings of fact, there's no dispute about facts at this point. So what we're really talking about are conclusions of law, which we think as lawyers might more properly be advanced in a brief style filing rather than proposed findings. I don't think it's much different, but we just, in terms of doing it, we thought that might be the best way to handle it.
And so what would be the schedule what would be the schedule to provide this this brief?
Mr. Adams and I did not discuss that, but I would propose 30 days, and then an appropriate response period, 30 days for Mr.
And be honest, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Klein, I wouldn't even be opposed to 45 days or 45 days, but I'll leave it to the board's discretion in terms of.
I'm fine with that, given then that we're in the middle of summer. I would be perfectly amenable to that.
All right. Well, I think hold on. All right. I don't have a problem with that schedule, but what I would like to occur, since I guess we're not going to hear any testimony today, so what I would like Mr. Adams to do is to put on the record what this case is about. And
sure.
And then Mr. Klein, then you could put, once Mr. Adams has informed, clarify the record what the facts are while we're here today, and then you can state that your position as far as the factual allegations.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case is regarding DC Code 25-754B, which is the fact that a licensee.
Sorry, Mr. Adams, what statute did you say?
25-754 subsection B. And that specific provision covers whether establishments can store alcoholic beverages in premises outside of the District of Columbia. And so what's not really disputed is, is not disputed. District Winery and Anna Restaurant is located in the Navy Yard at 385 Water Street Southeast, and they have a pretty large facility. And they make wine there at that facility. However, in 2019, Investigator Puente learned that this establishment was storing its alcohol in its wine bottles outside of the district. And upon further investigation, upon further investigation, Investigator Puente and Supervisory Investigator Peru learned that specifically District Winery stores they bottle their wine and then they ship them out to a warehouse out in Sterling, Virginia, in which they store all of their wine there, in which whenever they do need wine, the wine is actually imported from this warehouse in Virginia. I believe the actual name of this facility is, and I apologize, is an international, I apologize, I can't really find it right now. International Cellars, which is out in, which is located out in the state of Virginia. So, upon going there, they were able to ascertain that this place that's near the Dulles Airport had multiple rows of wine bottles that were for District Winery at this location, including really thousands of bottles, over $168,000 bottles of wine, and 14,000 cases of wine were in this facility. So based upon those facts, which are pretty clear, as well as evidence that there are documents from both district international sellers that shows that when the wine from District Winery was actually exported into the facility, as well as the permit documents and other records that are within the investigative report that shows when District Winery actually receives and orders these their own wine bottles back from this facility. There is more sufficient evidence to prove that this establishment indeed stores this alcoholic beverages outside the district.
That's it?
That is it, all, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman.
Anything you need to add, Mr. Factually, you need to add, Mr. Klein? No, we can't hear you, sir.
I think the facts are very straightforward as laid out by Mr. Adams.
All right, so the parties have, Mr. Adams has stated the factual basis of this claim. The licensee does not contest the facts. And so both parties agree that any other representation that you need to make before I close the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I'll state is that based upon the facts, we believe that that the board has a prima facie basis to find that there's substantial evidence of the violation of DC Code 25-754, subsection B.
Mr. Klein, any final comments you want to make before I close the record?
No, just to so I don't bury the lead, our pleadings will argue that this code provision violates the Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution under Tennessee Wine and Spirits Retailers Association versus Russell, 139 Supreme Court 2449, decided in 2019. In that it impacts interstate commerce and the provision fails to advance a legitimate local purpose and therefore violates the Commerce Clause. But we will flesh that out in detail on papers.
I was going to ask you a little bit, Mr. Klein, if you could tell us the factual basis of that case. But however, I know that once I receive the respective briefs, I will be educated because I like the fact you said it was a Supreme Court case, because I was going to say if this was a Tennessee local case, yet then it's instructive. It's not binding on the rest of the country. But since you talk about the Supremes, and
I do.
We hope in these days that their decisions are binding on the rest of the country, because as you know, as attorneys, we argue based on precedental value, based on how the court rules. So we use that to pinpoint how we believe the court will rule in a similar factual case. So I'm hoping that remains the same. As attorneys, we all understand.
Diana Ross, their word is the last word.
And well, we as attorneys, we hope that to the Supreme Court, once they speak, that is the last word on the subject. All right, I have nothing else to say regarding that matter. All right, with that, where the record will remain open for, I believe then the record will remain open for 90 days, for 45 days for the applicant to provide their brief, and the government will have 45 days to respond to that. So it will be 90 days then that the record will remain open until we have received both briefs. Yes, Mr. Klein.
We would ask for a slight amendment to that, in that we be given 15 days for a reply if we deem that will further educate the board and advance the legal argument.
All right, so you're saying that 45 days for the licensee to provide a their brief, their closing argument brief. The government will have 45 days to respond, and that if the applicant so desires, they'll have 15 days to write a responsive brief. And is that the extent of it? Because we need to end it at some point, because if we keep on going back and forth, then so basically the licensee will have the last say, in a sense that 15 days after the government has responded, then their responsive brief will be due. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. Thank you.
The district consents to that proposal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adams. All right.
That's right.
Okay, as chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, And in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 CMP 00021, District Winery, trade name Anna Restaurant and Bar, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 20 CMP 00021, District Winery, trade name Anna Restaurant and Bar, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's known that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. I thank you for their presentation today, and the board looks forward to reading the briefs and responsive briefs regarding this unique issue. Thank you very much and have a great day.
The district does not look forward to writing this, but no,
Mr. Adams, as you know, as we know, this is a novel area. It's a novel area, and I know as attorneys enjoy the novelty areas. So
okay, I take it back, Mr. Chairman.
It could be a case, Mr. Adams, that maybe we have to go back to the Supremes and your name will be there, that it's going back to, although unfortunately we're too low on the totem pole to argue the cases, but at least we'll know that our names are involved somewhat when it's argued up the chain if it goes there.
Okay, that helps.
From that perspective, I do hear you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Bye-bye. All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CC 00074 Wine and Butter, license number 105990. Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the licensee's counsel, the government, and the investigators, please?
Sure, stand by. Investigator Gasco, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Krupke, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Risa, your rights have been elevated. And Ms. Friedman, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. All right.
Or put in your
All right, I believe Ms. Freeman, you can, your rights have been elevated. I believe I'm hearing some feedback, so you can turn your camera on, but please mute your phone, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start with, I would like everyone to identify themselves for the record. Please state and spell your name, and we will start with the government.
Your name?
Good afternoon, Jessica Krupke on behalf of the District of Columbia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Krupke. Ms. Hero, please state and spell your name for the record, please.
Risa Hiro on behalf of Wine and Butter. My name is R-I-S-A. Last name is H-I-R-A-O.
Thank you. And is the licensee here with you?
Yes, she is. Lisa Friedman.
Ms. Friedman, can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Lisa Friedman. My name is spelled Lisa, Friedman, F-R-I-D-M-A-N.
Good afternoon. All right, Ms. Krupke, this is a show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, the parties have reached an offer in compromise and are ready to present it for the board's consideration.
And what is that, please?
There is one charge in this case. It's a sale to minor violation of DC Code 25-781, which is a primary tier violation. And so the offer in compromise that we're ready to present is a $3,000 fine payable within 120 days, or the license would be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. The license will be suspended for 10 days, with 4 of those days to be served and 6 days stayed for 1 year. The days served would be Monday, June 21st through Thursday, June 24th, 2021. In addition, all employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment must complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the offer and compromises date. And I do want to note that the establishment has represented that they have already completed this training in April of 2021, but that any employees that were hired since that time to now will receive that training as well.
Thank you. Ms. Hira, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that for the parties have agreed to a fine of $3,000 payable in 120 days. The license will be suspended for 10 days, 6 days stayed and 4 days served. All employees that sell or serve alcohol to go on undergo alcohol training within 90 days. It's my understanding that all employees have undergone that training as of April 20th, 2021. But what the representation is that if you have hired employees since that date, that they will undergo that training. The days that the license will be suspended is June 24th through June 21st through June 24th, 2021. Is that your understanding of the offer and compromise?
This is our understanding. I also want to have Ms. Friedman to also confirm on the record that she has reviewed and that this is her understanding as well.
Ms. Friedman, you are the what is your relationship to this establishment, ma'am?
I am the owner.
You're an owner of the establishment, and so I usually ask the attorney, but your attorney. The offer and compromise is that a fine of $3,000 payable in 120 days. The license will be suspended for 10 days, 6 days stayed, 4 days served. All employees who serve alcohol will undergo training. It's my understanding that the employees have gone through such training as of April 21st, 2021. That the license will be suspended from June 21 through June 24, 2021. Is this your understanding of the offer and compromise? I cannot hear you, ma'am.
Sorry.
Is this your understanding of the offer and compromise? Yes. Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise?
Yes.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you give up your right to a hearing?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can I hear? Yes. Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you give up your right to appeal this matter?
I am aware.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any board members to any party regarding this offer in compromise? Hearing none, I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. The offer in compromise is as followed. A fine of $3,000 payable in 120 days. The license will be suspended for 10 days, 6 days stayed and 4 days served. All employees that serve alcohol to undergo alcohol training within 90 days. It's my understanding that those employees have undergone this training as of April 20th, 2021, that the license will be suspended from June 21st through June 24th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. I would like to thank the parties for coming to an agreement with this offer and compromise. Ms. Friedman, I just want to remind you what this means. This is a retailer B, so the establishment can be open. However, I need you to affirm and understand that between June 21st and June 24th, that your establishment cannot sell or serve alcohol. Are you clear? Is that clear with you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I understand and affirm that between the 21st and the 24th of June, we will not sell alcohol.
And that the alcohol needs to be either locked or covered. It cannot be freely available.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank the parties and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That is the end of our calendar for the day. So I am now going to review our calendar for Thursday, June 17th, 2021. Our calendar for June 17th, 2021, the first case on that calendar is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 00017 on court. This hearing is canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement, see board order number 2021-281. The next case on the calendar for June 17th, 2021 is case number 21 PRO 00011, Charcoal Town, license number 117535. This hearing is canceled due to the denial of the application. See board order number 2021-313. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00057, Randall Grocery, license number 19046. This hearing is canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's consideration and approval. And this settlement agreement was accepted and voted on by the board on our legal agenda this morning. So that case was canceled and the settlement agreement was accepted by the board. There we are now at the end of our calendar for today, tomorrow, and our agenda items. And if there are no other questions, I will move to close the record. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 4 or 5, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on June 23rd, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for June 23rd, 2021, as published in the DC Registry on June 18th, 2021. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar and average website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now officially adjourned for the day. I want to thank the public for its participation in this hearing today. I would also want to thank the board members for their attentive attention to these hearings today. We're now adjourned for the day. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further discussions. Thank you and good evening.